Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. Yeah, so my name is Michi. I started using Cake in 2015, so this was right around when Cake 3 came out. I worked at a small agency and we developed a lot of Cake apps. Yeah, and over the years I just started tinkering around with the stuff that is in my vendor folder, because sometimes it wasn't working. It was always working, it was always me. But yeah, then I kind of developed an interest, like just making some PRs, issues on GitHub. And then Mark was kind enough to invite me to the core team back then. Yeah, and I contributed there for a while. And yeah, around 2 years ago, I joined Sentry. And there I'm working as an SDK engineer, maintaining our PHP Go SDKs and overlooking the overall SDK development. Cool. Okay. So let's see. Cool, awesome. But okay, no, that's not what I want. Just a sec.
It's going to be a second monitor under.
Yeah, I would like to mirror it. Let me just change that quickly. Cool. So what I want to show you today is observability. So what is observability? It's basically giving you application insights about your CakePHP app, right? So I mean, most of you are probably familiar with logs, right? Like in Cake you have like the error log or the debug log or the CLI error log. But there are a few like tools, techniques out there that make this process like a lot more fun than looking at endless log streams. So we will look a little bit into like error reporting. So like instead of like looking at errors like locally or in your server log files, we look at like how in Cake you can like centralize them and send them to any third-party service that aggregates it for you. Then we will look at tracing. So boiled down, we basically will measure certain things, how long they take, and send this to some third-party service. And then lastly, we will also look at profiling, but not like Xdebug locally, no, like actually how you profile like a PHP application or CakePHP application on production, and like what techniques you can use and what are the benefits of doing so. Cool. So to kick things off, first I want to introduce you to Opentelemetry. So Opentelemetry is an open source standard slash software which you can use to add observability to your applications. So at its core, it's basically like a defined protocol, and you can use it to transmit traces, metrics, logs, and also errors. And the cool thing is that based on this protocol, they have support for many different programming languages. So this ranges like from Go over Java, PHP, Python, Ruby, like basically everything that exists. And they offer like a bunch of SDKs and APIs you can install into your software, and then start like collecting these traces. And yeah, let's do that. So first of all, we need a Cake app for that. So no, I think it's the correct project. Let's just call it CakeFest. Cool, and then let's start the dev server, and then let's see if it works. It does. Cool. It doesn't connect to the database. So let's quickly fix that. So I'm not sure why it does that, but when I set it to the IP, there we go. Cool. So Opentelemetry in PHP has like 2 ways to instrument. They have like zero code, air quotes, auto instrumentation, and they have like a manual tracing API. And to kick things off, we will look at the zero code instrumentation. To do zero code in PHP most of the time means you need some extension, and this is the case today. So let's just install it. I think you will be familiar with Peckle, so that's like the composer of PHP extensions for now. They're cooking up something new, very exciting. And then we just install the Opentelemetry extension. Yes, thank you. That will happen a few times today. Still? Sorry? Okay, it's already installed, yeah. Good. Then, I mean, I already installed it, but you would install it like that. Then you need to enable it in your PHP ini, and then it's working. So now we need some way to configure the Opentelemetry SDK. And again, you can do this in code, but how we will do it today is basically with some environment variables. So when you quickly take a look at this here, it's big enough, right? Okay. So you just pass in some environment variables to enable it. Then how you want to export your traces. So OTLP is the Opentelemetry protocol. So that's like the defined schema. Then they support a bunch of different like protocols. So the default is actually using gRPC and protobuf encoding. But this would require yet another extension, and I don't like extensions. So today we will use HTTP JSON. And then you also have to define like an OTLP endpoint. So where your telemetry data goes. And what we will use today quickly is something called Jaeger. So Jaeger is an open source trace viewer, and you can run it locally with Docker, and it makes it kind of easy to look at the telemetry. To run Jaeger, you can use Docker, so they have like an all-in-one image. Awesome. And then you can go to some URL, and that's basically how it looks like. Good. We will send some data in there, and then we also see something there. Cool. Now we also need to install a few dependencies for Opentelemetry. So while we do have the extension running, we still need some stuff in our application, which is the Opentelemetry SDK, the exporter. Then we install the auto instrumentation package for CakePHP, and then we also need some PSR. God, what are HTTP client PSR? Some PSR. And in this case, we can use Guzzle, but you could also use like the Symfony client, or there are a bunch of others. Cool. No, we don't want that. Cool. So if we did everything right, it should already work. But we have to restart the Cake app with all the correct environment variables. Okay, it's not complaining, that's good. So in theory, when we look in here, we see a trace, success. Okay, so what you're seeing here is a span. What is a span? A span basically represents a duration of something. In this case, this something is roughly rounded down 4 milliseconds. So something in our Cake application takes 4 milliseconds. And again, like this is created by this auto instrumentation package, and it also comes with some metadata attached to it. So you can actually see where in your code it collected the telemetry, like a line number, and then it also collects stuff like your HTTP response code, like which type of request, the HTTP version, and so on and so forth. And it also collects some stuff about the host, right, like which operating system and how you ran the application. So all of the stuff is useful at like when you aggregate the data together later on. So that might look a little bit underwhelming because there's just one span, but I agree. But let's quickly look at what the thing is actually instrumenting. So they have this. Yeah. So they have this repository, and somewhere in here there should be the contrib thingy. Yeah. Cool. So the way how this actually works is they basically hook into a hook in the send extension. So basically every time when you call a userland function, like something in your application, and Cake obviously is in your vendor folder, so it's in your application, they basically evaluate which function is run on which class, and then you can define which classes and functions you want to listen to. And in the case here, they hook into invoke action of the controller class. Then they get the request, and then they start building the span and attach like some certain metadata to it. And then in the post hook, so basically after the function has ran, they attach a bit more stuff, and then they end the span. Then the span is basically converted into this OTLP format, and then Opentelemetry has like certain ways how to like send your metadata. So the first thing it goes in is some sort of collector. This can be like collectors you can also host like next to your application, and this can be helpful if you have like a lot of different applications sending telemetry, and instead of all of them going like out to the internet and sending the stuff somewhere, you can basically collect it in one place, and this collector then does like batching and sending the data on. You can also do like some sensitive data scrubbing there, and the cool thing is that if your application sends it like to a sidecar of your PHP application, also like the network round trip time is like much shorter than when you do a full round trip somewhere in the internet. All right, yeah, so so now we have the span, and now I quickly want to show you how you could add more spans, because one span might not be enough. Cool. So the way we can do this is, so now we're using the Opentelemetry SDK we installed previously. And just to give you a simple example for now, we just go to the pages controller that is in there, and then we can create a span. So these APIs, especially in PHP, when it comes like to performance monitoring or tracing, they are a bit clunky. Because like at a low level, you want to allow like a lot of flexibility of how people instrument the applications. So, I mean, clunky is the wrong word, a little bit verbose, let's say it like that. And like in Opentelemetry, this also like really depends on which programming language you use, right? Like all the SDKs they follow like the same principles of how they how they are built, but the APIs differ vastly. So for example, in Rust, which is like a low-level programming language, they have like a ecosystem-wide tracing package. So it has nothing to do with Opentelemetry. It's basically just some interface they agreed on how to create spans, whatever you do with them later, right? And Opentelemetry just hooks into that. And what that allows you is that you have like a very concise, very to-the-point API that the whole ecosystem uses, and then you can just hook stuff on top of it. In C#, it's even better. Like Microsoft, they build like their own their own telemetry APIs into the language itself, and again, like everyone just uses that, and then different consumers like Opentelemetry just hook on top of that. In PHP, there is no such tracing package yet. I think that would definitely be great. But yeah, so we have to work with what is there. So in order to create more spans, we have to jump through a few different hoops. So first we need our trace provider. And this is basically scoped on our application. And as I didn't configure anything how it's called, so by default it just takes probably the composer name, so CakePHP app. And then we need to get the tracer. And the tracer is basically the object that records like all these spans under the hood. And with the tracer, we can then start more spans. Well, with the span builder, but you get it. In order to build like these parent-child relationships, we need the current parent, which we can just call with a static function. Then we need to make the parent scope active, so that the SDK knows, okay, this is now the parent, and then the next span we start will be a direct child of it. So then we can give it like some name. I just call it display, because that fits the function name we are currently in. Yeah, then we run our controller method, and in the end, we just end the span. Yeah, so and this under the hood will just set some timestamps, and then we have a duration with that. So let's quickly. Oh, okay. I didn't detach the scope. So this is also something we need to do. If you would use this like more serious in an application, I mean, you would probably create yourself like some wrapper functions that make it simple. Or what I like to do quite often is you just put them like into a closure. Like you have like some sort of global trace method you can just wrap around your code, and then it does all of that automatically. Oh dear. That's interesting. Did I miss some imports somewhere? I don't reach the end state. Ah, yeah, absolutely. Right. Thank you. Yeah, because it tries. Okay, cool. So that's why I wrapped it into finally. Makes sense. Thank you. Good. There we are. Cool. And then again, when we look at Jaeger, we now see one trace. We should actually see one with two spans. There is one. Okay, cool. Yeah, and now you have like your parent span and your display span. So, and of course, the idea behind this is now that we would add many more spans to various parts of the application. And we will do this now. but I will now switch to using Sentry for a few reasons. A, I know it much better, and B, the whole visualization part of Sentry just looks a little bit neater, like we have a bunch more features than Jaeger offers locally. But the important part is basically everything we will do, you can still apply to basically any observability vendor, because the concept is still the same, right? Like we will hook into some certain parts of the framework, create our spans, and this is the more important part. But like which API you use to create these spans, that doesn't really matter. All right. So let's get some stuff deleted. Okay, so let's create a new controller, and let's call it home controller. And then, as I'm lazy, let's just copy code. It's always a good idea. So let's give it some index function. And then we also probably need a template for that. Cool. And then we go to home, and we see that. Okay. So when we look again at Opentelemetry, the way how they instrumented Cake, they hooked into the invoke action of the controller. For me personally, that's already a little bit late in the whole request cycle. Like a lot of stuff has already happened. The thing is, like, these sorts of measurements, they're like not super precise per se, right? Like, I mean, we are down to millisecond precision, which is fine. But if you look at the bigger picture, if you always report the same, like from the same point in the application, like all the iterations are consistent to this, right? Like the numbers might not be 100% correct, but like over time you can still see, okay, last week it took, I don't know, 20 milliseconds, now take 30. And that's the more interesting part. Like how does this data change over time? But the way how I like to do it in Cake is basically in a middleware. Because like this is early enough in the request, and we already have access to the request and the response object, which is helpful. If you want to do it, like, of course, super precise, you would probably throw it into your web root index PHP, but like most applications, there's not enough stuff there yet, right? We probably don't have access to our environment variables, like from a Cake context. We didn't really bootstrap the application yet, so in the end, we would probably need to work like with some super globals to access the request, and that's why I like to do it in the middleware, because like everything we need is already there. Cool. So let's bake our middleware. And I just call it Sentry middleware. And now it's now it's called middleware. Good. And now we also need to load our middleware. The way we do this in our application class. And I mean, I'm not sure if this is the best way or the most correct way, but like the way I like to do it, I just actually put it as the first middleware in the queue. So even before the error handler. It worked so far fine, so I think that's okay. If someone has opinions, please tell me. Cool. And then let's have a quick look if it runs. Okay, cool, we're in there. Good, awesome. So same with as with Opentelemetry, we have to install the Sentry SDK. So let me quickly clean up here a little bit. Good. Yeah, so for PHP, we actually offer a few different PHP SDKs. So we have like our generic baseline SDK, which is just Sentry. We also have a specific one for Laravel and for Symfony. And there are also like many community-maintained third-party SDKs. And there's actually one for CakePHP, which I still think is maintained by Kevin. So in theory, we could just install it and be done, but that wouldn't be fun. So we will do it like more manually today. But yeah, just want to let you know there is an SDK for Cake already. Oh, we didn't release major version 5 yet. Next year. Good. Awesome. And now we have to configure the Sentry SDK. Again, the way how I like to do it is in my Bootstrap. And I normally do this like roughly after I loaded my environment variables. So you can configure the SDK with environment variables, so we expose certain things, like setting, like the way how the application authenticates with Sentry. You can define this via environment variables. You can configure like which version of the software is running on which environment. And then you can just do that. Cool. So in order to send data to Sentry, we need a so-called DSN. So this is basically just a URL we use as authentication. And to get one of these, we create a project. Cool. And that's basically what we are looking for. Cool. Yeah. So we just initialize the SDK. We pass in the DSN, and then we have like certain rates we can configure, but we will look at this a bit later. Good. To ease the debugging a little bit, I will define a logger. And then we will output some log files to the logs directory. And if I'm not mistaken, there's a global constants defined, which it is. And this goes to the log directory. And then we can just omit a Sentry log. Cool. And there it is. Yeah, and it's telling us a bunch of stuff. So looks like it's working. Awesome. So in Opentelemetry, the way how Opentelemetry is structured, they have spans, right? So the topmost span that wraps your whole request is called the root span, and then you can childs below that. For reasons, at Sentry, at the moment, we, instead of having a root span, we have a concept we call transaction. Under the hood, it's the exact same thing. It's just a different word. Just want to quickly explain it, because the first thing we need to do now is to create a so-called transaction. Good. So there are a few things our transaction needs, and the most importantly is probably the name, right? And to best configure, or like you want to find later which part of the application it's running, right? And there are a few different techniques you could use, but passing in the URL, it's normally a good start. Cool. Good, then we need to start our transaction with the context object we created. Then we call our handler function. So this goes through the entire middleware stack, bootstraps your controllers, executes them, and then goes again through all the handlers, gives you the response. And at this point, we can then end the transaction. Cool. Yeah, and then you should also return the response at one point. That would be helpful. Cool. Let's have a quick look in our Sentry log. So now it's telling us transaction was started, but tracing is not enabled. Okay, cool. So how do we enable tracing? We have like a configuration for that, which we call the tracer sample rate. How this works is basically this represents 100%. So I want to sample all my requests that come in. At a certain scale, you might be like, oh, that's a lot of data. I have maybe 50% suffices, or 20%, or 1%, or 0.0.1%. It really depends on the scale, right? Because especially when it comes to telemetry, having some sort of it sometimes suffices instead of having everything. Though then you would need to do the math in your head. Like if you only trace, like let's say 20% of your requests, all numbers you see you must need to take by 5, because then they're only representing a fifth of your actual traffic. So if you send everything, all your metrics and all your performance data, of course, represents true life. Cool. So now it's sending the transaction, sent the transaction, everything seems to be happy. Yeah, and then we can see some transactions already. So debug kit also makes some requests, right? Like when you load it, it makes some fetch calls to the API. This will be a bit noisy, so I'll quickly disable it, just for the sake of demos. No. Plugins are now loaded in the plugins PHP config, not an application anymore. Cool. So let's look at the transaction. Again, it shows us the duration, so in this case 5 milliseconds, and it shows us a bunch of metadata, like which browsers used based on the user agent header, some stuff about the operating system, which PHP version runtime. So this just helps you debug problems quicker. Like maybe only people using Chrome have a bad experience on your site, but Firefox is fine. Cool. So now we have the middleware span, and let's make it actually a little bit more precise. So when we call start transaction, we basically pass we set the start time to the point in time right now. But your PHP request actually started a bit earlier, right? Like it started somewhere in somewhere around here. And PHP actually exposes the request start time in a global variable, or super global, so we can actually access it. So on the request object, there's the request time float, and that basically gives you the time the request started. And for whatever reason, if it might not be set, we just use microtime, and that's what we also use under the hood. Cool. Yeah, and then again, we set the name. So as you can see right now, we use the URL. The raw URL. And this has a bunch of problems because like now it says localhost, but maybe on staging it says staging.something, and then on production it doesn't say staging. So all of them will show up differently, and that creates a bit of a mess. So what is actually a better technique is to not use the full URL, but instead like just parts of it. So a good idea is like the request method, like that's I just like to have like a big get in front of it or a post, and then just using the path. It could also be beneficial to set maybe the route name as the transaction name, but as we put our middleware right at the beginning, we don't have the route name yet. But, and we can look at this later if I don't forget, we can start the transaction right now with some name, and then later we can update it. So after the routing middleware has ran, we can actually get the route name and set an even better transaction name. Cool. In order to classify your spans, like what kind of data they represent, you can also set a so-called op. In our case, it's http.server. So this basically just represents an HTTP server span. And later we will create different spans, so like for HTTP clients and database queries. And you will give them different ops. And once again, then you can just see like a breakdown of, okay, where does my application spend the most time? It's most likely the DB. It's always the DB. Cool. Another thing I quickly want to touch on is the concept of distributed tracing. So right now we're only tracing like one application. But in the real world, how applications work is there might be some sort of front end, like a mobile app or like some JavaScript front end that makes a request to the backend. Then your backend gets the request, and then it calls 10 different microservices left and right to fetch some data. And it's kind of neat to paint like the whole picture, like from app A to app B. And in order to do this, like most of these APM SDKs or systems, they have some sort of trace propagation. So basically, two systems talking via some sort of API to link them together. And in the case of Sentry, we have a so-called tracing header, the Sentry trace header. And this is like a vessel that like it submits a trace ID, and the trace ID is then like stays the same over through like the whole request cycle for like between all the different services. And we basically want to listen to it or we want to use it. So if in any case, like if our app receives a request from a front end, we then can continue the trace. So in this case, we get both of these headers, and then we create a transaction context with these headers. Cool. So let's run this again. Yeah, so as you can see now, our transaction name now has changed. So instead of the raw URL, we now have the HTTP method, and then we have the path. So now we can go in there again. And I mean, these numbers will fluctuate a lot, obviously, right? But now it's a bit more precise, because instead of taking the point in time of the middleware, we actually take the request time from the beginning. Cool. So let's add a few more spans. And something I like to do is to create a span that represents my bootstrap time. And to measure this very precisely, we can just put it in here. And then basically from the point in time from like the code executed in index.php to reaching our middleware, that's roughly like auto-loading, bootstrapping the application. So we can also measure that. Because, I mean, maybe you install some composer dependency that does some funky stuff, and this will add, of course, time to your application. So with a span that wraps like this kind of events, that might be beneficial. Cool. So I define some constants here. So let's just call it cake start. Naming is hard. Cool. So we started our transaction. And now we want to start a child span of this transaction. And the way we do this is we start a child. Good. So for that we need a span. And let's make a span. Good. So again, it needs some sort of operation. And I just call this bootstrap. Then we give it a description. What do we call it? I don't know. And then we can set the start timestamp. And again, here we defined the constant, so we can just use it. Then we start it, and we can immediately end it. Finish it. So here, like, we don't need to measure some block of code. This is executed. We basically just tell, hey, here it started, and then it ended. So let's have a look how this looks. Awesome. So now we have our app bootstrap span. And now we can have a rough idea how long it takes from your index.php to roundabout hitting your middleware. Again, we could make this a bit more precise, but I think it's good enough for now. Cool. So let's look at the database. Because like the requests are fine now, right? Like the data is flowing in. We get a rough idea how long various routes take. And the cool thing is now, and just want to reiterate on this, like these kind of features I'm showing you in Sentry are also available in a lot of other tools. So like most of these APM tools, they have like similar functionality. The cool thing is with the performance data we're sending in, we are now creating aggregates. So for example, you already have your percentiles. Because like most of the time you don't really care about the stuff that is fast, you care more about the outliers. And like in our case, like the P95 percentile, like the slowest 5% of requests are like around 21 milliseconds. which, by the way, is super fast. Like, this doesn't need optimization. This is peak engineering. Like, if all your requests are fast, you're good. Yeah, but again, like, I would say, like most of us, the bottleneck is the database. Because if the bottleneck is not a database anymore, you are also once again in a brilliant position that you have thousands, millions of users, and you are in a, that's a good problem to have. But yeah, like for us mortals, it's mostly the database. So let's measure how long it takes to create, like to run our queries. And I actually would do a quick break now, 10 minutes, and then we look into the database bands. Awesome. Larry? All right. Welcome back. So I forgot to mention a few things. Number one, if you have questions, please interrupt anytime. Don't be shy. And something really important, I mean, again, Sentry is just one example of many, but I just want to reiterate, Sentry you can actually run for free on your own infrastructure. So we offer like the exact same product experience you have, like with no features not being available to you. And it's also, it's not really open source. If I say it's open source, people will yell at me. But it's a very open license we're using. So you can run it on your infrastructure. You can do whatever you want with, to do with it. The only thing you can't do is you can't host it and sell it to other people. So for that, we actually have our own license, a functional software license. But yeah. Also, if you don't want to set it up on your servers, we also have a free account where you don't have to pay and you get like some stuff to play around with. Cool. There was a question on Slack I quickly want to answer. So the question is it possible to define both start and end time, for example, right around include vendor autoload PHP? So basically here. And then in the middle, we use both defined times, which would give a more precise time, question mark. The end of finish is not precise, question mark. So yes, absolutely. So what we could do instead is we could do something like this here. And then let's say cake autoload start, cake autoload end. And then in our middleware, we would basically say like, so we would set the autoload start, and then we can also already define the end timestamp. And now it would actually only measure the time, the time it takes to do the autoload. So what finish does under the hood, again, PHP is great, you can just look at the source, love it. It just calls microtime, right? So we can do it like this, and you can also pass in the timestamp to finish directly. So yeah, that's definitely possible to make it even more precise. So I think what would be even better, we have like a bootstrap span, and then we create yet another span just for the autoload part, right? I mean, you can go crazy, like, I think, what's our span limit? I think you can send 1,000 spans, so that's a lot. Just keep in mind, you have to keep this in memory. So, cool. So let's quickly check everything is still working. Awesome. Okay, so now we want to trace our database queries. And for that, we need a database. And some life hack, I always have a database called my_app, because that's the default. And then I have a user called my_app with the password of secret, which is amazing, because then you don't need to change anything. It just works. Don't do this on prod, though. Awesome, cool. Let's create a table. Let's call it users. Why not? Let's give it a name. Yeah, and our timestamps. It's a timestamp, right? Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Then let's bake our model. Looking good. And then let's add some data or some user. Good. And let's add a second one. Cool. And then in our controller, is it load model? It is load model, right? No. Load table? Fetch, okay. They changed it so much. For a while, because I was stubborn. Because like, maybe I'm old school, but I'm a big fan of having functions that are protected with an underscore and functions that are private with 2 underscores. And I also always liked having like disusers. So for a while, I had my own trait. I injected all over the application. It's awesome, and it works. And I mean, there are probably a lot of good reasons not to do it. But I still did it, because it just worked. I liked it. Cool. So then let's fetch the user. There it is. Hi, Mark. I don't have Faker, sorry. Cool. So, how do we tell, or how do we know which queries are running? So there's a query logger we can misuse for that. Somewhere in here, I think it's called database. No. Yeah, anyway, okay, cool. So if you don't know, there's a query logger in Cake. When you turn it on, it writes all your queries into a log file. And what we will do is basically we create our own query logger, tell Cake to use it, and then we just intercept the data, turn it into a span, send it to Sentry. Or to the APN vendor of your choice. So let's create a new folder. And then we could Sentry logger PHP. Awesome, good. I will quickly copy a bunch of code and then I walk you through it, because I think it's much more exciting than seeing me type for a few minutes. Like so this is like now like using some sort of decorator of the abstract logger, right, or extending it. I kind of like to keep my file structure like similar to the core. Again, this is just personal preference. The reason why I'm doing is then I don't have to think how to name things. So someone already did this for me, and then I just copy it. So we extend the abstract logger. And then we have a log function. And in the log function, we will get like the context. And the context holds a bunch of information. Let's look at this in a second. Now we have to tell Cake, hey, use this query logger. And the way you do this is you set it on the connection. So once again, in our middleware, you can also do this somewhere else. Let's just do it in here. Yeah, so we get the default connection, because right now we only have this one. Of course, if you have more, you would probably need to call this multiple times, and then we set a logger. Cool. And then let's actually see what this context variable holds. What did I forget? Ah, yeah, well, it would help to call the function. Yeah, let's... Do I need to do something else? Maybe. Let's see. No.
Activating the query logger. Not just attaching it.
Yeah, but I thought that's all there was to it. Okay. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. Ah, it's in the data source, right? Yeah, and then, but here's false. Yes, well. The little things. Okay, cool. I think we don't need to turn it on. Okay, good, cool. The beauty of live coding. So here we have our log query. That's the query. The parameters, and also how long it took. So I think that's the milliseconds, so 1 millisecond. That's of course not super 100% precise, but once again, if your queries take 1 millisecond, you're in a superb place to be. Cool. The good thing is that this query is actually parameterized, right? So instead of saying 1 here, it has a placeholder. And once again, this is good for aggregation later on, because you run a lot of queries, obviously, and what you want to look at is like how long do they take on average. And if every query would have like various, if it would actually be a raw query, then you would have a query that has like user ID 1, user ID 2, and so on and so forth, so you can't aggregate them. So having access to the parameterized query is awesome for observability, so that's good. Cool. So what does our query logger actually do? So it fetches the parent span. It takes the query context. Then it sets, it creates a span and sets some metadata. So in our case, I think this is MySQL. The description of the span, this is like our parameterized query. And then we set, once again, the start and stop timestamps. And then we started. What I'm also doing here is, in case you run transactions, I wrap them as a parent span. So you have like, once again, you have a span that would then say like transactions begin, then you would see all your queries, and then you would have a commit span. So once again, this is just for data, like how the data is represented in the trace view. Just looks a bit nicer. Okay, and this step is optional, but I mean, in PHP, we are pretty sure that nothing else happens while we run our query, right? I mean, it's kind of unlikely, but just in case, we are pushing our current span to an array. So just basically rely on that no other span is created at the same time. Good. Cool. So one thing that is still missing is we need to set the current span. Because like in our middleware here, we start a transaction, we start a span, and like all of them are like in the scope of the function. But as the other span gets created in the query logger, we still need to set like the current span to the active one. So let's quickly do this. So we just set the current span. And then again, in our query logger, we then get this span we just set there, and then we can continue here. So let's quickly see if we have the span. We don't. Why? Ah, yes, okay. We are setting our query logger too early. So let's set the span, and then let's set up the query logger. Awesome. Good. So, yeah, that's from right now. Okay, so so in our home controller, we execute a query, right? Why is there no parent span? Sorry? Thank you, Mark. Yeah, so we set it. Yeah, let's actually finish the span here. Awesome. Okay, cool. So now we have a parent span. Very good. And then we hit this endpoint a few times. That looks good. And now we have a database query in Sentry. Awesome. Cool. So during the break, I was asked, like, okay, and what I'm doing with that? Well, you are unlikely to look at all of your traces and try to find, like, what's the slowest query. And for that, we basically aggregate certain kinds of spans into aggregated views. So in here, we have like a queries module. So this might take a while to show up here. But in here now, you would basically see all the queries that are running. Then you can just filter by the slowest. And then you can take it from there, right? So you see which query is executed. You could, like on your database, you can run an explain query. Maybe you're missing an index. Yes, you always miss an index. And then again, over time, you can actually see like what are the differences. Like you deploy a new version, and you see like, okay, now my query is 10 times slower. So yeah, that's for what this is helpful. Cool. So now we have query logging. Actually, let me take a quick look, because I feel like I forgot something, because it should show up there. Oh, okay. It just took some time. Okay, cool. So now here we have the query. Actually, let me spam the endpoint a little bit more. So yeah, the system will now tell you like in which endpoints the query is called. So again, I mean, right now we just have this one home route, but like in a real application, obviously you would see like all your endpoints. It's called a query. Gives you the average duration, and it also gives you some examples you can look at. And then again, like it always calculates like some sort of offset, like this one is slower, this one is faster than the average. And this data gets much more useful after a while, right? Like you deploy it on production, then a week later you can already see how it's developing. There's also some convenience features, like if you want, you could also tell us like where do you execute the query. This makes debugging a little bit easier. You can basically get the call stack, and then you can see where you executed your query from. Cool. So this is already really good, right? We can measure our overall request time. So we know which endpoints are slow, or not which are slow, but like how long they take. And we have query logging. So this is, like for most applications, as a start, it's more than enough. You already have so much more insight now, how your database is doing, or like the queries that are running on it, how your application is doing. But of course, we can do more. So let's do more. Something that is important when it comes to tracing, you don't need to wrap every function in a span. This is a bit excessive, right? So I would rather focus on important pieces of the application. So maybe you call some third-party API, and then you want to know how fast/slow the API calls are. So let's do this. So when we use the Cake HTTP client, every time we do so, we want to create a span. So Cake will soon have events in the HTTP client, but as 5.1 is not released just yet, we quickly have to switch to it. And I think the latest one is RC1. Okay, yeah, right. Def, okay, cool, good. Yeah, good idea. As 5.0. Good. Successfully tricked the system. Cool. Let's call some API. So let's get the client. And then let's make a request. So if you're still using Cake 5 or before, the way how you could do this today is basically you create a subclass of the client, and then you just override a method. Send request comes to mind, and then you would basically start the span, call send request in the client, finish the span. But again, with 5.1, we now have an event for that. So in here, yeah. So now on the so we can like set up a global event listener, and it dispatches an event in before send, which is awesome because then we can start the span, and this dispatches an event after the request, and then we can finish the span. And not everyone likes these events, but I really like them because it makes it really, really easy to hook into the framework when it's doing certain things. So let's do this. Again, there are probably a lot of different ways how we could do this, but I will just do it in here. Cool. Good. So how do we listen to an event? Like this. So we get the global event manager, and then, so first we want before send, and then we want after send. I think it's called, yes. Awesome, and then we need to execute some callback, or call some callback, and let's just call this client. And here we will do the same. And I think this has access to the event. And then we just pass this on. Cool. So let's have a look what's in there. So here we have the before send, and then we have a bunch of stuff attached to it. And most importantly, we have the request object. Cool. So let's start our span with that. So once again, we have to check that we actually have a parent span flying around. We actually need two different callbacks, one to start, one to finish. Oops. So the reason we have to put like these guardrails in there is sometimes we, like if you set your sample rate something to lower than 1, sometimes you don't even have a span, right? And then we can just bail early. Like this is more a bit of a performance optimization. Because you can still create all these spans, but if you already know that this span or the span tree will never be sent, then why bother creating them in the first place? Cool. Good. So for the op, we call it HTTP client. Once again, this will be helpful for giving a breakdown where our application is spending time in, and then we set some description. Good. So a string, like for description, we need the URL. And in this case, you actually want the entire URL. Keep in mind, though, that if you attach like your API tokens as a get parameter, then it will show up in Sentry. So maybe don't do this. But yeah, for now, we will just use the entire URL, URI, no, request, get URI. Good. And then it also wants us to attach a bit more, also like optionally. So like instead of setting the query parameters like on the URL, we could like just attach it as span data. That makes it easier for us on the server to scrub this kind of data, right? Like there are a lot of mechanisms in the SDK to actually do this yourself. Like we have some hooks like before send, where you can actually go into the data that will be transmitted and unset certain things. But we also have some scrubbing on the server, and it makes our life much easier than having to run some very inefficient regexes on a string that when you actually have like data that is predefined, like HTTP query, we can just run our scrubbers on that. Yeah, cool. So we start our span. And then once again, wait. So event get data. Yes, cool. And then once again, we set our span as active. Good. And on end, we just have to finish the span if it exists. Awesome. So now the request takes obviously a bit longer, right? Because we're making a call to example.com. And there it is. Cool. So now we know that this request took 400 milliseconds, which is actually pretty damn slow. But you get the idea, right? Like I run some applications that talk a lot with the Slack API, and it's always the Slack API. And that really helps you, like, because I mean it's doesn't need to be like a third-party API. You can also call your own services. It, once again, just gives you a really good insights onto like where your application is spending time on. So let's enhance the experience even more, because we can also like track how long certain, what response codes you normally get, right? Like maybe you get redirects, maybe you get 404s, 500s, whatever. And to do that, we basically just have to attach a little bit more data to the span. So when we want a response, we can get the result of the event. So when we look at this, yeah, so this is our response object. So we have the response code and a bunch of other stuff, like the headers and so on and so forth. But for now, we only care about the response code. Good. And then before we finish the span, we can basically set some additional data onto it. Yeah. And the keys we actually use for most of these stuff, they're actually from OTel. So OTel has like semantic conventions, which change all the time. It's also a bit sad. But yeah, this is just like something the industry agreed on, how to call certain things. So we follow that. And so we have the result. And if I'm not mistaken, there is a get status code. Let's see. Okay, doesn't yell at us. That's good. Cool. What else could we set? Yeah, maybe the request method. Why not? So that we could already do here if we'd like. And then I think there is a get method there. Oh, Unknown domain. That's not good. What are we missing? Ah, the server address. Okay. But once again, you will have a rundown of all your APIs you're calling, average duration, error rate, response codes. Once again, you can look for outliers. You get your examples, you can drill in. Awesome. Cool. There are other events you could listen to. Cake has actually a bunch. So we could basically just look through the core. So you could create spans when you render a view. You can wrap your commands in spans. I mean, it also helps, like just tracing your commands on the command line. It works the exact same way. There are all the control events. So yeah, basically, you just extend your event listener, and then you can build your spans without the need to extend a lot of stuff from Cake in your own app and use that instead. So this is really powerful. Yeah, and the sky's the limit. I mean, you know best what is important in your application, and then you can just incrementally build stuff. Cool. So that would be the tracing part. Next, I quickly want to show you how you would report exceptions to a third-party service, which is even more important than tracing. So do the exception thing first and then do the tracing later. So software fails, we all make mistakes, and it helps the business a lot if you know about them, right? And once again, you can do various techniques to do this. Once again, the easiest is probably just look into your log files. There are tons of services that also do aggregation for log files. But these errors, they lack a lot of stuff most of the time. Like logs are pretty dumb. So for example, you miss which user, you miss all the request context. There's just a lot of stuff you don't have in logs. So logging your exceptions to some third-party service with enhanced context really helps a lot. The way you would do this in Cake is basically you can define your own error logger. So to do this, we would basically, in our app PHP, there's somewhere, yeah. So you can define your own logger. So let's quickly do this. And then we also need the error logger. Once again, I just copy the code and then I walk you through what it actually does. So I think this is, yeah, let's put it into error. Once again, somehow following the structure that Cake has to not have to think about it too much. Good. So we're extending Cake's error logger and use it. And the two things we care about is basically log error and log exception. And for log error, in this case, once again, I'm using the Sentry SDK, but just replace it with whatever you would like to use. We capture a message because it's just an error. And if we have an exception, we capture the exception. This is very Sentry specific, but we have a feature to mark an exception as handled. So think about you do something in a try-catch block, but you still want to report exception, but you handled it. Yeah. So in order to have a small distinction in the UI, which I'll show you in a second, I'm basically marking everything that goes in here as non-handled, because if this error handler of Cake handles it, that's that's normally bad. But if you handle it, you don't have to mark it as this. Cool. So let's create create an exception. Cool. Oh. So it also reports deprecations. You can turn this off. So basically in Cake, I think it's something like this. So basically everything besides deprecations, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? Oh, yeah, okay. But yeah. So here's our exception. This is the handled, unhandled thingy I told you, like it has a small skull there, making it look more severe. So what do you get here actually? You get the stack trace. How handy, right? We of course show you preferably like your own frames, but you have actually like the full stack trace, like right from index.php up. And as you can see, we also capture the function arguments. This is not enabled by default in PHP anymore. Since 7.4, there's like an INI directive called send ignore exception args, which is on by default. So if you turn this off, then exception, like the stack traces PHP generates, they have the exception args. This could contain sensitive data, yes, but it's super crucial for debugging, right? Like you kind of want as much as information as possible, but yeah, it's always a trade-off. So we have the full stack trace, awesome. We have the request headers, also awesome, right? Like once again, we know which browser, certain cookies, whatever you can think of. And we group this together for you. So to explain it simply, basically every error that has a similar stack trace gets grouped together, and then we give you like how many times this happened, which is helpful because if an exception happened once, but another one 500 times, you probably focus more on the one that happens 500 times. You might be wondering, hey, why does this one show up on caught error? So the SDK by default also registers its own error handler. So the second you call Sentry init, in our case here, we do this in the bootstrap. Basically from here on, all errors will be catched, and at one point then Cake basically takes over the error handler, and that's why we hooked into it. So once again, you want to do this as soon as possible into your app. Once again, index.php would be best, but again, doesn't always work that way. But that's fine. I mean, the likelihood that something breaks before that, you hopefully catch this somewhere else. Fingers crossed. And we also tell you how many users are affected, but we have to tell Sentry that that there's a user. So how we would do this? I'm not gonna set up the whole authentication stack now, because again, I think that that would be boring. But you basically run your authentication middleware, and then after you can once again create a new middleware and would attach the user. I can actually show you this real quick, how this roughly looks like. So in this application, I have a Sentry user middleware. And what it does is basically it gets the identity attribute from the request, and then it sets it on the so-called scope. So the scope is a vessel to mark like it wraps like an execution context. This is, once again, this concept is not really needed in PHP because of the lack of concurrency. So it would make sense if you run something like Roadrunner, Swool, whatever. But yeah. So we attach the user to the scope, And then from this moment on, every error that happens will have the user attached. And then in your error reporting tool, you can also see like how many users are affected. Once again, that then really helps to prioritize or to triage the issue. And it can also tell you like which user maybe you can reach out. Awesome. So that is error reporting in a nutshell. Once again, in Cake, it's pretty straightforward. Sentry error logger, set it in your app.php, and then you're good to go. Cool. Let's see. Okay, so you can choose now. Are you more interested in metrics or interested in profiling? Okay, then let's do profiling. Shall we do a quick break again? 10 minutes? Or? Okay, then, yeah, let's continue for a while and then maybe a quick break again. Okay, so what is profiling? With the tracing we've done, we can measure like certain things that are important to us, but as I mentioned before, it's not practical at all to measure like every single function and wrap it into a span. This creates overhead, this is too much data, and it's just not useful. But sometimes it's useful to know how long your functions run. And for that, profiling comes in really handy. So maybe some of you already use something like Xdebug, right? So Xdebug, which you can like use locally, it records every function that is called, gives you a call stack, and then you can really like look for performance problems, like maybe you have some iterator that goes crazy or something like that. But the big problem with deterministic profilers, as they are called, they have a ton of overhead, right? Because on every, like the way how most profilers in PHP work is that in the Zen engine, you basically have a hook that is called on every function invocation, and then the profiler basically records. And this takes a bit of time, a little bit. But when you use a framework, and maybe you just saw stack trace, you call quite a few functions. And if you then record, like for every function, you record the frame, this adds a lot of overhead. So if you do this in production, that just kills your system. Like your response times will be through the roof. So it's a really bad idea to do this. Some, like the different techniques, like some services, what they do like synthetic profiling, they call it. So they call your app endpoints you want to profile, and then only this request gets profiled in its entirety. So it's still production, but it only shows you like a really small subset of your overall request. A much better solution to this problem is using a sampling profiler. So what is a sampling profiler? So a sampling profiler, instead of recording every function, it records the stack, so basically what's happening at a given time and moment every 10 milliseconds, for example. Like that's a good starting point. And when you only do this every 10 milliseconds, the overhead is negligible. Sure, there's always overhead, right? But if you only do it every 10 milliseconds, it gives you a rough idea what's happening in the application. And 10 milliseconds is also like fast enough, right? So it's the best of both worlds. You get enough insights, but you also don't tank your performance too much. And there are a few profilers out there. And the one I chose at Sentry is from Wikipedia. So it's called Excimer. That's the sampling profiler they wrote a while ago. It works from PHP 7.1 and up. And that's what our SDK uses. So let's set it up. We need an extension for that, of course. So the extension is called Excimer. You would just install it via Peckle. And if I'm not mistaken, I already did this. So let's have a look at my PHP. Yeah. So here's the Excimer. Good, and so now we have to tell the SDK to profile. And once again, you can decide how many of your requests you want to profile. So right now we would do 100%, but again, you could tweak this. Though this is relative to the tracer sample rate actually, because technical reasons, right now we need a transaction to send a profile. This is more of a UX feature or concern, because you kind of want some grouping in your profiles, right? Because if you just look at random profiling data without any context, that's a bit rough. I mean, again, in PHP, that's kind of solved because the request is like really isolated most of the time. But yeah. Good. So let's open our log again, and we can start profiling. Before we do that, let's remove the exception we are throwing. Good. Good, it's profiled. Okay, so in theory, we should see some profiles at one point. Yes, okay. So this is a flame chart. So this shows you like your call stack, but this is just one exemplar, right? Like this is one transaction, this is one profile, and it basically starts right at the top, index PHP, and then it goes down to whatever's happening. So there are a few downsides with sampling profilers and in combination with PHP. So whenever there is like some native code running, and with native code I mean like an HTTP client, because like under the hood it probably uses curl and this is written in C, or if you make a database query which uses PDO probably, and then this is also written in C, this code is not profiled. Because once again, the send engine only calls the callback if there's a user line function called, and in our case it doesn't. So the problem we are seeing here is because we only have like one frame, right? And this is basically due to the fact that we start profiling, and this 10 millisecond sample rate is not really precise in PHP, because we can only evaluate it if we call a function. So if we miss the 10 millisecond mark, it gets a little bit skewed, yeah? And then if we do like some HTTP client calls or database queries, once again, no user code function is ran. So once again, we can't take a snapshot of the DOM. But the important part is this might look super useless to you, and I agree, but it's much more important to look once again at the aggregate data. So you collect profiles, and then we can do nifty things with it, because over time you will get enough good profiles that we can start to look at how long certain function calls are taking, right? And then we can actually tell you stuff like, oh, this regressed. So to give you one real-life example, I'm running a Cake app at Sentry, and I was upgrading it to Cake 5. Worked very well, just used Rector, was done in a few minutes actually. But then after a few days, I looked at some profiles, and I saw that like my API pins, like I saw that my API endpoints got really, really slow. Like before they were like, I don't know, 100 milliseconds, and all of a sudden they were like 500 milliseconds. And I didn't really know why, because I mean, I didn't make any changes besides upgrading Cake. So what I then figured out with profiling was that there was just simply a bug in Cake that when you created like a datetime object, they didn't, I think we just didn't cache the intel formatter correctly. Mark, please correct me if I'm wrong. And yeah, and I saw it right here. And that was really, really helpful to pinpoint my performance problems really quickly. This also won't help you if all your requests are 20 milliseconds, obviously, right? Because once again, they're fast enough. But it really helps, like when you have a big app with a lot of functions, over time you will get really, really good insights into how your function actually performing versus just your entire request. Yeah, cool, good. So now I want a break, so let's continue in 10 minutes. All right. Are we good, Larry? Awesome. Cool. So yeah, I realized that like all of this empty stuff I showed you doesn't really convey the whole story. So let's actually look at a real, alive Cake app running on prod, producing telemetry data, and actually show you like how profiling looks there when we have a bit more data. So this is my Cake app I run at Sentry, and I'm also using profiling. And this here would be like one example of the of a request function. So July 17th, I added a new feature to the system, and user table initialize suddenly got a lot slower, right? Like on average, it was at 52 milliseconds, and now all of a sudden it takes 250 milliseconds. So what happened? Once again, we can look at an exemplar. So this is already much more useful than just having like a very short flame graph. So here's the users table. So a bit more context. This is a command I'm running on the CLI. So it's a cron job that runs every hour. And the way this application is hosted, it runs on GCP Cloud Run, so on the Google Cloud. And Cloud Run is basically like a Docker execution environment, because then you don't need servers. It's amazing. It's probably super expensive, but I'm not paying it, so very convenient. So every hour, GCP Cloud Run spawns a new Docker container, executes the cron job, and then it goes away. So I was looking at this and was like, how can table initialize all of a sudden takes so long? But if you actually look what it's doing, and we can zoom in here, it gets the schema of the table. And if you see something like this in production, you're like, no, it shouldn't do that. It should use the cached schema. But there is no cached schema. Why is there no cached schema? Well, the Docker container is recreated every hour. And well, the first time the ORM fetches or executes a query, it needs to fetch the schema. So how can I fix this? Well, I won't fix it, because I could create the schema basically during the deploy, but that would take as long as just running it once. And as this is like a command that runs in the background, I don't care about it. But still, it's like super useful to have this information at my disposal. So I hope that makes it a bit clear why I'm such a strong believer in profiling, because like these kind of issues you can't detect in any other way. You, of course, I mean, you could probably get close locally, but locally is not production, right? So actually measuring your prod code makes much more sense, and with that, it helps a lot. And I mean, it's also kind of easy to set up, right? You don't have to clutter your code with all the spans and stuff like that. You just have to install an extension. So yeah, that would be one example of that. And what's also kind of neat is, so I said like, we looked at an exemplar, so like one request, but when it comes to sampling profiling, what's much more useful to look at is actually the so-called flame graph. So the flame graph is actually an aggregation of all profiles data in a certain time frame, like in my case, a month. Because here you can actually see like, where does my application spend most of its time? And yeah, it's all the cron jobs, or all the command line arguments. So in this case, I don't care that much. But again, just apply this like to your application, and it might look a little bit different. Also see like other slowest application functions, like not in the framework, but like in the app. Like everything blue here is in app, everything red is a third party, and then it just shows you like where you spend like most of the time. So for example, get applicable time zones takes very long because it's terrible code. I was already expecting it to be slow, and now it is. Now I have proof. I won't fix it either. Once again, it's a cron job. If it runs 2 minutes, it runs 2 minutes. If it runs 5 minutes, it runs 5 minutes. This is a really small system, so it's fine, but it's just good to know, right? Yeah, so profiles here, that's awesome. We can also once again look at queries, right? So just with having much more data to our disposal. So these are like all the queries that are running in the application. And yeah, I can see like which query runs a lot. So maybe this gives me some ideas for optimization. Also tells me like the average duration. And when I look at this, my slowest query takes 37 milliseconds. That's really good. I'm happy with that. That's actually the most complex query I have in the system, which does a lot of joining and stuff. And this query was terrible slow. Like in the beginning, it took like, I don't know, 300-400 milliseconds. So already optimized this. Super helpful, yeah. Once again, same with requests. I mean, I told you before, like I'm calling Slack a bunch of times. So here I can see this. Yeah, so that's the kind of insights you get if you like just produce a lot of telemetry data. Yeah, cool. So, how do we actually send this data to Sentry? Well, we make a curl request. So the SDK doesn't use Guzzle or anything. We have like our own curl client. So in order to run the SDK, you need the curl extension, but this basically comes by default nowadays anyways. But it's a blocking request. So when you send your tracing data to Sentry, it takes a while. I don't know. I mean, it really depends where you are in the world, where your server is hosted, and so on and so forth. But just to have a ballpark, let's say the request to Sentry round trip takes 200 milliseconds. And you really don't want to let your users wait for 200 milliseconds just because you send your performance data. So what are the options? In the beginning, I mentioned OTel has the concept of a so-called collector, and Sentry has something similar, which we call relay. So relay is our ingestion proxy. This is basically the first piece of infrastructure you hit when you send data to Sentry, and we host them all around the world. But it's also open source, asterisk, and you can host it next to your application. Again, the round trip time will be much shorter, and your performance will be greatly improved. But that's not good enough. So something I had on my wish list in Cake, and I think Atmat implemented it. I'm very grateful he did it. When you're using FPM, and I hope everyone does, there's actually a method you can use that flushes the response to the user, but the PHP process continues. So your client already got the response, but you can still do stuff later on, which is awesome. Because sure, I mean, it still takes time, but this time doesn't affect the client. So it's great. And yeah, so there's once again an event, and I can quickly show you how you can use it. So it's this one. Okay, so here we call transaction finish. And again, this will create an HTTP call, and this is blocking, right? And there's not really a way around this. You could use a shutdown handler, but then again, this might get tricky on like serverless runtimes, like lambdas. I don't know if PHP actually runs on lambda, but yeah, you get the idea. Like sometimes the container just dies, and because it doesn't wait until the shutdown handler finished. So using this event is a much better approach, and that's how you would use it. Yeah, so it's called server terminate. And then again, we have a callback we can use, and then we call transaction finish. So let's actually look how this is implemented in Cake. Yeah, so we have the response emitter, and it emits something. Yeah, And this is the magic. So fast CGI finish request. So this tells Nginx, hey, flush the response to the client, but still the PHP process continue. So you can, so if you want to do something in the request which shouldn't affect your user's response time, you can just do it in here. And in our case now, we are flushing the transaction in the terminate event, so this doesn't affect the client anymore, which is amazing. Yeah. So for errors, you could use a similar approach, though, at least that's my philosophy, if there's an unhandled exception and you're showing an error page, I rather have the error reported and the error page loads 200 milliseconds slower than not having the error reported. But in theory, what you could also do, you could just collect all the errors that happens in the request and then once again flush them at the end at server terminate. Has some trade-offs. For example, if you have like an out-of-memory error, by then it will be gone, right? It won't be reported. So the way how we do this in our SDK is we actually, when you initialize the SDK, we reserve a little bit of extra memory. So in the case there is an out-of-memory error, we can still send it, which is really tricky. Like reporting out-of-memory errors in PHP is tricky because you're out of memory. But yeah, so once again, different trade-offs. But yeah, there are some solutions. Some work better, some doesn't. So that's the server terminate event coming in Cake 5.1. It's really cool. I mean, you can also, like, I don't know, write jobs to the queue in there, right? The user does something, makes an order, and then in server terminate, you write it to the queue. Super cool. Good. Let's look a little bit at metrics. What are metrics? Metrics can represent different things that happen in the application. When you look at like infrastructure monitoring, a good metric to record is like your CPU usage over time, right? So every X amount of time, you record the current CPU load, and then you can plot a nice graph over time. You can record metrics how full your disk is. You can record metrics about all sort of things, and this really depends on the application, right? So whatever you want to track. So one thing we could do now in Cake is basically we could say we want to count the unique users that log into my application, right? Just for the sake of it. I mean, so the way we could do this is we have to define them first. So we add a metric here. Oh no, okay, sad, good. So this is a new feature which isn't available yet, but we can use the old stuff. So let's go into our app. And let's say we want to record some metric here. So we have a bunch of different metrics. The simplest ones are counter, like how many times something happened. Like how many orders, how many requests. I mean, this we calculate for you, how many requests. But this is also a metric. This is a counter, right? Distributions. What is the distribution? So a distribution is helpful if you want to see changes over time. So like a distribution metric would be something like a CPU usage, right? Like you plot a graph over time that you can do with a distribution. Sets are helpful to have like unique entries. So let's create a set metric with the user. So we give it a name, unique users. And so once again, what you would do, you would do this a bit later after the authentication middleware is ran, then you fetch the identity. But let's just use my, just use a hard-coded email for now. And then you can also tag your metrics. And this then basically helps you to split them up on different things. Like for example, which browser or which region you use. And I mean, this is really up to you what you want to do, right? Like there's no there's no like good general recommendation for what to collect metrics. It's really up for you. We don't, I think, need any text right now. Good. So here we have the metrics, and like how the system works is you have like some concurrent job in the background that is basically collecting all your metrics together and then flushing them every 10 seconds or so, like in buckets. Once again, we are in PHP, we can't do this easily. So basically over the whole request, you collect your metrics. They are still like aggregated and bucketed, but in the end you kind of need to tell the SDK that you want to flush it. So once again, it's a good idea to do this in the terminate event. We have no overhead concerns there. Oh God. I imported the wrong class. Good, fixed it. Cool. So this will take a few seconds until it shows up. Okay. Good. Once again, switching to the stuff that has data. Sorry. Yeah. So for example, here I'm collecting metrics about some stuff being handed out. It's aggregated based on the route it takes, and then you have like just over time you see a graph, right? Something else I'm doing here is I record the peak memory usage of the PHP process. So in PHP, what you can call yeah, so you can memory get peak usage. So this gives you the memory in bytes, I think. Yeah. So the most amount of memory that was allocated in the current request. And this just adds a nice signal, once again, to find like stuff that might be not performing very well. So in here, I can basically look at like the values. So like this request has the most amount of memory. I mean, 2.5 megabytes, it's not a lot. And then we can once again look like exemplars. Look at the trace, look at the profile. So metrics are a great way to detect anomalies. Like it's just some signal you have to your disposal, and then you can drill in with the other telemetry data you collected to actually find issues. Of course, what you would do in a real world scenario is you wouldn't go in the UI and look for problems. You would actually like create so-called alerts, right? So when your CPU usage is about above 80%, in the last 10 minutes, you can send out an email or get pinged in a Slack channel. And the same goes for transactions and errors, right? Like most of these tools out there, they have some sort of alerting and integrations into various services. And that's the kind of stuff you would do with this data. Awesome. That's kind of it. Do you have questions? Okay, I can answer a question from Discord in the meantime. Can we profile shell command runs, and what if that background process runs over 1,000 DB queries? Then what? Right now we have a limit on our profiles, which is 30 seconds. Just that's how we built the product initially. which of course doesn't work really well in CLI commands because they normally take longer. But we are currently working on something we call continuous profiling. So instead of being limited to 30 seconds, we will just continuously collect the stacks and then flush it. Once again, this will be a bit tricky in PHP. So there will probably be some user or some SDK functions you have to call periodically to flush the current profiles. But this is definitely coming. Cool. Any other questions?
What are typical pitfalls? What are typical pitfalls with testing and observing code like this?
So, I mean, once again, this depends a little bit on your application, but I would say, like on average, the most common performance issue we see are N+1 queries. So let's say you fetch all users, then you iterate over all users and fetch them one by one again. And we can actually detect this automatically and send you an alert for that. Other tools can do this as well. So yeah, like most of the time, it's some stuff with your database.
You had some parts that were waiting for CakePHP 5.1. What were the things that we don't get if we go ahead and start with
So what is currently not available in 5.0 and the patch releases, so it's the server terminate event. So this will come with 5.1. And what's also not available is the HTTP events. So they're also in 5.1. But I think that's it from everything I showed. I've been using 5.1 because YOLO. So yeah, it's working fine. But for example, like this app, I still haven't changed it to the new HTTP client events. So what I'm basically doing is I'm extending the Cake HTTP client. I mean, I think I mentioned this before, and just like do the stuff in send request. So everything I showed is possible. Also like the server terminate stuff should be possible. I mean, you probably can hack it in yourself, I think. But yeah. So I think these are the two things that will come. Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you. And if you have more questions like that about CakePHP 5.1 or what's coming next or things you can do, we will have the core panel later on today. So we have some questions for them, and then we will open it up to you guys, the audience, and also the virtual streamers as well. So right now we'll break for lunch, and we'll see you when we get back.
How many minutes?
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are live at CakeFest 2024 here in Luxembourg. We have a lot more talks coming up and a full day of talks happening tomorrow. If you're just joining us, going back over some notes, if you are watching the stream, you have a chance to win one of these elephants, just like everybody here is going to. Make sure if you're posting on socials, you are hashtagging CakeFest and CakePHP so we can actually see that you're interacting. Tell us what you're enjoying about the conference. If you have any questions, you can post those on socials. You can post the comments in our live stream on YouTube, or we have the CakeFest Slack channel. So any questions for presenters, core team, our team, you can post those there and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. So really quickly, we're going to give away a couple of elephants before we introduce our next speaker. Hopefully everybody here, you remember your numbers, because that's how I'm doing the giveaways, so I don't have to try to remember everybody's name. Okay, number 14 here. 14? No? Okay. 23? I heard a sigh. Were you close to 23 or something? So close. Okay. 11. Okay. Number 2.
That's me.
Ah, that's it. It's not rigged, I promise. All right, which one do you want?
I'll take.
Which one? Do you have one of these already?
No, I don't.
Okay, which one?
Yeah.
Cake DC? Okay.
Cool. CakeFest is
Okay,
fine.
awesome. All right, we're going to give away another one.
I'll put it right.
31? No? 26? Who? Yay!
And another mark.
All right, awesome. Okay, we're going to get right back into talks. So if you are familiar with CakePHP, you probably know this next guy, or at least you've used one of his plugins, I'm sure. This is actually the first time we're meeting in person, but I bug him a lot. Like, I bug the whole core a lot of the time. But everybody, please welcome our next speaker, Mark Scherer.
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Good? Okay, perfect. So today's topic will be about how to code frictionless and having fun coding. So it's supposed to be easy, and your IDE should ideally also help you and complete things for you. So yeah, just quickly about me. I'm a long-time developer in PHP. Have been doing a lot of tooling and plugin topics the last years. I have been in the core for about 14 plus years. PHP probably for 20 something years. So today we focus on CakePHP 5 and in this specific case PHP Storm, because it together with some of the tools fit very well to this approach. Ideally also other IDEs have similar tooling and can help to really speed up local development. So we talk a bit about the tooling that we're going to use. We talk specifically about the IDE helper and how it can also help to speed things up and to really help in this rapid development approach. How annotations can help, how autocomplete and type hinting can be activated and also can be customized. So oftentimes maybe you have something on your own that is very tedious to actually remember all of the different possibilities and magic strings, and so we want to unmagic them. PHP Stan and Psalm compatibility, as this is also quite important to keep a project safe in maintainability. So being able to adjust it, modify it, enhance it, but not break other code maybe. And we can also look a little bit into the testing and how you can use at least basic TDD to help and guide you here. Also how to maybe generate tests, how to bake test cases and so on. Yeah, I think that's plenty for the next hour that we're going to use here. So in terms of IDE tooling, you might have heard about the editor config. This is a plugin that you can install. It's a standard that defines each of the files that is in your IDE in specifically and most importantly what the indentation is per file. So YAML files, usually the spaces. Other files can accept tabs, neon files as well. So there are different standards per file. Some of them need a new line at the end, others don't. And so these kind of things can be put into the editor config. If we look into a demo app that I created freshly from scratch, close all the tabs. So, if we look into a fresh generated CakePHP application, we can see that I put a editor config in here. Maybe it was probably already in here, I'm pretty sure. And so with all these kind of configurations, you can see that it should ideally be taken into account whenever you go in. Even if you copy paste from a different one, the IDE will automatically transfer to that style. So that's really quite important. Some files like neon files will break if you have different styles mixed. Others will probably accept it. So yeah, this is the editor config. Then you want to have different standards applied, PHP CS, for example, coding standards. So for this, most of you will create a PHP CS XML file. It's usually also already created with a certain standard. I personally use the PHP collective code sniffer. It's a bit more powerful. It has more, probably like twice or 3 times as more sniffs in there that also apply to modern PHP 8 attributes and functionality. And you can silence certain things that are not relevant for you. You can also exclude certain folders. All of that should be set up so that it's running. And the Composer script, if you are aware of the script sections of Composer here you can add neat little small snippets of code. And in my case, I can always just run Composer CS check, so Z, and then this will actually run the test suite for this, so the code sniffing. The IDE also, it detects this PHP CS here, also the PHP storm at least does, and whenever you modify something, for example, let's go into the application, and let's say we have a comma missing here. Yeah, so oftentimes, if it's configured correctly, and I hope it is, it should actually then allow you to auto-fix this in the IDE. So usually it will notify about this. Maybe it's not activated just yet. I will look into that in a moment. But CS check should definitely alert us, and it can auto-fix it. So CSF will fix those 2 lines for us. But you can set this up that you have it either on key up, like leaving this file, or manually by clicking and then enter, auto fixed in each file already. So you can visually see what you can do, but also you can just run it globally across your code base. It's quite fast, and this should be in your CI templates. So whenever you have some kind of workflow happening, so each of those workflows has the testing running, the coding standards running, PHP stan running. So all of those should be in your CI, and this way each of the team members keeps this kind of quality up. So that's quite important. So some of these files, like neon files here, can be and should be up to a high level. Yeah? So don't use maybe level 1. If it's a new project, if it's a legacy project, you start at 1 and you build yourself up all the way to 8. And this way, your code will be maximum introspected, but also this will side effectly help you to actually have better autocomplete and better introspection also for the IDE, and that's for the human working on it. And so it's benefiting everyone if you have also a good level on this one. Some use AI. So I added a basic AI from tab 9, I think. There's also, I think, a built-in one or from GitHub. So there are several ones that can help you to autocomplete certain things. I think I have been using it mainly to just, if there's a doc block or some kind of block that repeats itself, it kind of knows it quite well, what's going to be expected, and then it will autocomplete. An example would be if you're in the plugin section here, and let's say we have the IDE helper here. I'm going to take those away. And then you go in here, and you just type, and it already tells you, oh, could be only CLI. Yeah, actually it's true. I don't need that from a different. And so on optional, yeah, maybe it doesn't need it on production. So if it's on production, not there, it should not fail. So, and so this is an example of how the AI can just guess from the surroundings. And there are more complex examples possible, of course. Sometimes I'm just happy that I don't have to type the whole line. I'm just tapping, and it's already done for me. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, CakePHP 5 and PHP Storm fit well together. By default, it has a very high support, but it can be enhanced further with two different tools. So one is the Deep ASOC completion plugin from the JetBrains site directly. This one introspects the calling code and sees what kind of options are there available. So for any array, what kind of key value pairs are available. So when I, for example, go into I think a controller should have something in there, right? Yeah. So a load component call with a flash string key, that's the name. And usually it accepts an options config array, a second param, as you can see. So if you don't know what's possible, you can look into the code. I just click on it, and I can follow the whole chain, which will take some time, right? But also with this plugin, you can just go here, and it will tell you. So this plugin introspects the chain and sees that there is somewhere along the line a key class name and a key enabled that is possible to set here. So this can help you in some cases to more quickly know what kind of key it is, and then you can just set the value on your own. So that's quite handy. More tips for this are on the PHP Storm wiki page on the IDE helper. So that's my IDE helper. I think I have it open here. Yeah, and you just go to the wiki, and you can see some more tips. Maybe you can add your own tips for a different IDE that you have. So that is absolutely fantastic if you would do that. So the IDE helper for many is a default to directly include. We also want to do that right now because we're going to need that to move forward. So this will help us to annotate any existing code or code that you will add via bake. It also creates meta files or code completion files that can be used for the IDE to actually understand your code better and to understand the framework code better. So for now, we want to install the IDE helper, which I can just copy paste, I guess. I mean, it's also in the composer JSON file as a recommendation here. Yeah. So it suggests the IDE helper and asset compress, which we can also install in a second, to be able to render out styles and CSS and JavaScript files together in one bundled file. So it's better to consume by the end user. So we're installing the composer require IDE helper and maybe -dev, because it's a required dev dependency. If you don't do that, it will probably ask you anyways, because it knows it's a dev dependency. We can remove the suggest. So now we have it installed. What we want to do is we want to activate it and I might have already done that in the plugin section. Yeah. So if this wasn't in here, you would have to run bin. Actually, I should do that in the. Yeah, let me go into the ddef, which I'm using, SSH. Yeah, so bin cake, you can see all the commands, and we want to use the load plugin, load IDE helper. So that one would add it. You can also add the config options, which we just did, which would then be only CLI and optional true. So the plugin should be available. We can see that if we run bin cake again, because now we should have all the IDE helper stuff in here. For now, we can run annotate all and just see -v -d as a verbose to actually see all the output, and D for dry run, and see what happens. Okay, so it actually sees that there is an app view now in your file, in your folder. So the app view is more correct because it contains all your helpers that you just added in your project. So why not using that for all the view templates? It also registers some kind of variables that are unknown at this point for the IDE, and suggests whatever it can guess from it. Yeah, so if we say, yeah, that makes sense, I mean, we can look into the home template for name pretty quick. So home, and there should be a $name. Yeah. Wait, actually, error 500 template is probably a better example. So the error 500 template, yeah. You can see here, error is red, and it says undefined error. And if you wanted to autocomplete this, or if you wanted to actually see what kind of instance is this, it's much harder to do from just an undefined variable. Yeah, it's an error that's also kind of annoying. The IDE helper will first, if we do the dry run away, will actually annotate now at the top with whatever it knows. It doesn't know what exactly it is, but it knows it's an object based on the instance of. So here at least we now know it's okay, it's an object, maybe it's instance of an error, and then you have the autocomplete on everything available, and it's going to be happy. Yeah, and also PHP Stan introspecting this at some point. It doesn't do templates usually if you don't specify it, but later in your code somewhere else, having a similar kind of topic, it will know that it's supposed to be an object, and if you treat it as a string or as a integer or something else, it will actually be able to warn you. If it's mixed or if it's missing, it will not be able to tell you anything. So we want to have a better quality of also checking our code. So the annotator ran. We also have, if we look into the IDE helper again, we have a illuminator. We don't need that for now. That's more to actually generate speaking class constants instead of magic strings. We want to use the PHP Storm and code completion topics. So both of them we can generate with composer bin cake generate code completion, which, why would it want a ratings plugin? Where does that come from? I don't think I activated a ratings plugin, did I? Oh, that's copy-paste stuff. Okay, never mind. I'll take that away. Yeah, let's take that all away. Cool. Okay, let's see. Yeah, now it works. It generated some of those, and we also want to do PHP Storm, which is actually the more important one, as this meta file is directly used by it to understand all the magic happening in the cake world. If you want to look into it, here's the file. It has different types that you can here add. Arguments types for cache, add, clear. So this is always the method name, what position on it, and then what argument sets are there. And if you look in the argument sets for it, then here you can see, these are the different argument sets. So these are the strings that are possible for this. And we have, based on this file, there's a lot of stuff that it can autocomplete for you. one of the useful things for the beginning would be if we look into migrations. So oftentimes you start an application now using an empty database. I assume we have an empty database. Let's look, or at least close to empty. Is it localhost? Localhost? No. Where is the database? Must be on some port. But okay, we can just assume that it's empty. I will not look into it for now. But let's create maybe a users table. So if we go into the command here, bin cake bake create users. This is a name for it that automatically assumes that you want to also add some fields. So create and then the name of the table, and then each time the pair key value for each field in the database table and which kind of type. So if that works, cake bake migration. Yeah, that worked. So if we go into our migrations folder, that's an old one from me that I used earlier. So here, create users. Yeah. So this has now been created for us with all of these possible fields that we just said we wanted to have. What if I wanted to have another one modified? So of course I can run it again and force create, or I can just quickly copy paste. And here, this is now coming from the IDE helper. Instead of manually having to guess or type, it will autocomplete. So this directly comes now from this kind of autocomplete magic. And here we can select daytime. But also if you wanted some other field, so let's say we add a, let's say comment, and it's probably a text something, right? So let's see, do we have a text? Yes, we have a text. So text or binary, blob, decimal, enum, so there's everything in there. So maybe we use a text for now. And some configs, maybe we have to say null true, which actually the AI is now proposing. So this is now AI actually. Default null, null true. So it makes sense. If we want to have a comment in there that is actually not required, then it would be null true. Also, maybe we want to have we have a status on it, okay. And the status is currently a string. We can use enums either as a string or as an integer. If we have no integer yet, maybe we want to use that. So what if we use an integer here and say the limit is 10? Null is false because it by default will be 0, and then that would be inactive or something, so that's cool. So default would be 0, yeah. Okay, so we have a migration file that would probably work for our users table. Just quickly generate by bake, complete it a little bit manually. Then we can see if we are connected to the database, migrations status. Yes, so my demo from earlier with examples is still there. We can ignore that for now. And we have the users table that would be now something we want to add. We can migrate. And we have a duplicate column create, yeah, because I wanted modified. Oops, I did not modify that one. Cool. Now we have what we want. There we go. All right, so now we have a table in the database which is about users. And we want to now bake the code for that, which we can do using bake and probably all. It does autocomplete us what we want to use, or at least tells us that it's users and examples available. So if we want users, we can check if we want to have an admin prefix. Sometimes that is useful if you want to make only for admins available. You can have a specific theme. So oftentimes I use my setup theme because it contains some more little gotchas that are useful. Like for example, it directly edits icons into it. but we can do that later. So for now, we can use text. Yeah, so let's just do that and see what happens. Okay, it created our users table. Interesting. So it didn't create the users enum just yet, probably because we didn't specify that in the let's close this. So model, table, users table. Here we probably want to have a field for enums. Get schema. And here we should be able to set schema. Schema, set column type, status. This one is not auto-completed yet. Why? Because we need to actually rerun it in order to work. So if we have our command from earlier, which is about PHP Storm, as soon as it's loaded, it should actually be able to give us the status string. But if it doesn't load yet, we can manually do that for now. And is it enum as this? I think so. Okay. Return schema. I think that should work. If you want, we can run the annotator again to see if there's anything of the baked templates that would be necessary to change. Let's see. Okay, well, it does change it into a more modern syntax, but it's basically the same. It just uses a different way, a more modern way of doing that. And for some reason, it still changes the string from int to status, from int to string for the status. Okay, well, we can do that. It's okay. So, all right, all the annotations are updated. So even if you have old code, you can update it to whatever is currently recommended and working. So maybe we can look at the users now. Maybe it should work. Let's see. tdef, that's our application, and users should be, yeah. So we have our users table. If we create a new user, we still don't have all of the enum magic just yet. I'm wondering if I should rebake and hope that it works. Maybe I'm still missing something. I didn't do the enum stuff for a while. It was like a few months ago, but we can just bake all minus f again. Well, actually, not minus f. Only the templates. Or we just manually say what we want. So no, that one is not what we want. Yeah, we can do the users controller and all the index files. Okay. Anything changed? No. Good. So why would it not take the enum for the status? Okay, well, let's move on for now. So we created a users table. We can have users in there. Let's go back to the presentation. We have the annotate to update existing doc block annotations. And they also help PHP Stan and Psalm to see what exactly is returned. So part of that is actually used by that. There's also an extension for PHP Stan from CakeDC that you can use to further enhance that for all of the returning objects on a get table locator, get call, on these different ways of just getting the table objects more magically. If we look into the table here, for example, interesting, this still uses the old syntax, but we could here say get table locator, get. Here you can see this is the IDE helper again. so it knows which tables are available, in this case which model tables, and it will auto-suggest you that. So you're free to use the magic string here, because it's now auto-completed. There's no way of typoing it, also having a typo in it. Of course, you could also use the FQCN. So as it just said, you can use the app model table, users table, FQCN. So some people prefer that because it gives you the linking. So you know when you go to the table and click usage, that it's actually this specific controller that is using that table. The magic string does not offer that. So that is a choice that you can do. Sometimes I like the magic strings because they are way shorter and you don't need to clutter your use statements like too much up here. So it's a preference, I guess, depending on what you want to do. So here with this one, this is a magic call, right? So it's not like before where it's annotated above. And here you need these tools, the PHP stan, CakeDC instance, and as well as this kind of IDE helper to know that whatever is returned here is actually the users table, so that you can see the concrete objects here. Yeah, find is not concrete. This is basically always available. But if you have on the users table a very specific function that you're using, then it will only be detectable if you use these toolings, because then it will be able to click and you can actually find it. And your PHP stan will know that it introspects the right object, and whenever you have a typo here or you refactor, and this is basically an old one, it would be able to like alert you about it. If this is again mixed, it will not be able to alert you about this because it doesn't know what to do on a unclear object. Yeah? So it's very important to keep that in mind for this. When we talk about code completion, I also want to go into possible custom extensions, and we have two examples that I want to show you. First, just quickly, some people like the manual routing with the arrays. So if you have index here, if you have this kind of syntax with the arrays, now some people like that. It's action, controller, all of these elements in one array. But if you want to autocomplete this, actually, you can use the path link. It's a new URL from path and link from path, and they actually are autocompleted. So if we have the HTML linker, link from path, so link from path, then this one, you will see that now you can actually autocomplete this. So that's quite nice. It's usually quicker, and especially if you have a complex routing, like let's say a plugin, namespace plugin, so ADMAT / some kind of logging auth. You have an admin prefix in there or some kind of other prefix, and then the controller and the action. This is quite a complex array that you would build. With these kind of magic strings, it's much easier to build them. So whatever complicated thing you want to do, bam, you're done. So this can be an alternative to use. Yeah? And the IDE helper will provide you with the with these options that you can use for this. Every time you add a new action, every time you add a new controller, you would need to run the generate again here, and generate PHP storm. So maybe you can also make this a shortcut on your command line, so you can just click it, and then it would be available again. So yeah, that's just convenience stuff, of course. This is the promised CakePHP stan extension that is very valuable to install. And then you add and include it as include statement in your PHP stan neon file. Yeah. So let's go further into our coding session. I have prepared some examples that we can use and see if we can make it work more easily for us. So one of them would be, for example, to create and to use queue jobs. For that we have a plugin that is here, the queue. So if we want to install that, basic setup, we can install this in your application. So now the queue is installed. We want to also bin cake plugin. I'm just too lazy to actually type it out. Queue. So that is added as well. We should have the queue available now. Let's see. Yeah. And I have a second window here where I can actually bin cake queue run in a second. So we can just have a background task running. What we want to do now is we want to create a background task, for example, to send the registration email. So if someone registers, we don't want this to be async, but an async kind of command, so that whatever email server might not respond in time or times out, it can requeue and it can try again sending it. I actually have this problem sometimes with my provider. I'm depending on the provider. There can be a small hiccup and then it just has to try again a second time. And it's a bit sad if that email would just disappear and the user would sit in front of this desk and waiting for the whole day, and then it just never comes back to your site because just this little small thing. So maybe we can bake a small queue task to do that. Bake queue bake, yeah, there it is, bake queue task, and we call it user mail or something. So we have now a user mail task. It should be in the source directory. There it appears, user mail task. See, there we go. And here we could just add our whole mailing stuff. And yeah, let's simulate that for now. Then to enable this, we need to first again do our little, oops, I don't want to click that. We need to annotate again. I mean, generate PHP Storm, because we have a new plugin in the house now. And this new plugin comes with a new table. So we want to also generate the database for that. Cake. Migrations, migrate minus PQ. As per documentation, I'm sure if you read this, you will see that that needs to be done in order for the queue database to be available. And this queue database now should be ready. And now we can use the table object of the queue anywhere in our controllers. So in our for now we can simulate it actually by creating a new user. By creating a new user, we can send out the email automatically. So let's do that. If we have an add of the user and the user saves successfully, then we would go into this, get table locator, get, and now comes again the IDE helper into play. It shows us the queue jobs available. And on the queue job, it sees the create job. So that would not be working in double ways if we didn't have all of that installed. So the create job gives us, again, the option to add what kind of job is it, and then maybe some payload and some configuration. If you go in, you can see the same documented here. And if we want to say, okay, well, this is a, we know that it's an email, user email, right? It actually has it autocomplete as well. So you have the internal tasks from the queue, Most of them are like examples or some really basic stuff like execute some command. But the user mail is what we want to use. So 2 ways again, either the fully qualified class name or just this magic string that is fully auto-completed through our IDE helper. And usually you give it some payload. So it can be the user ID that is just currently the one that is getting passed. And if we want to look at the Q backend to see if this actually works, I think we should be able to. I didn't test this because we need admin prefixes for that, right? If you went into the queue, admin queue. Oh, it would almost work if there was a configure helper. Okay, we can add that. In the app view, we need some helpers. This should also be autocompleted for us. Let's check. Config. Ah, the shim plugin hasn't been added into. This is a chain of things happening here. The plugins for the IDE helper needs the shim plugin to be manually included because we didn't load it manually. Usually you don't need to. So, did we even install the shim plugin? I don't think we did. Huh. Cool. Then composer require shim. And now it should work, right? Okay. Going back to where we were just now. Load helper. Yeah, shim configure. It's auto-completed now because now the plugin is properly loaded. That's cool. And does the backend now work? Oh, there's more stuff that needed. Did the tools plugin get installed or not? All right. We don't necessarily need the backend, but it would be nice to showcase it. So let's just install that too. And maybe plugin load tools. There we go. Any more problems? Format helper needs to be installed. So again, I'm lazy, so I'm going to generate PHP Storm because now I can have the autocomplete on the load helper call, which is that one. Yep. Anything else missing? Oh, we get into some kind of stuff here. Okay. I will take care of that in a moment when we talk about templating. Then let's just for now continue with the queue. So we have our app. Where's the table? We have our users table now. Our users controller automatically adding this user mail with some kind of ID. In our user mail task, part of the data will now be the ID. So user ID is actually data. It's almost smart AI, but not quite. So this is actually the ID given. We can do a user equals this get table locator, get users, get user ID. So this should give us the user, and then we can operate on this. We can send an email, we can do whatever we want in here. For now, how about we throw new exception, just to see that it works, with the user, it does exist, user ID. So if it works, it should throw the exception with this user. So instead of sending the mail now, which will take a bit more to come up with, we can see that it's both working, and because of the exception, it will requeue. So it will try again at some point in the future, depending on the configuration setup. Does the queue run already? Aha, we need some queue worker setups. That's not a problem. We can do that. So I'll just copy it over from an existing queue implementation. Yeah, into our application app app custom. So there we go. What is this JSON serializer? Yes, of course. It's by default, so we don't need that, I assume. We should be fine. Yeah, so the queue is running, probably like 30 seconds long because we do have some timeout on it by default. If we now create a new user, we were here users add, yeah. So if we create a new user, test me, we don't have enum, so we just do 0 is fine, and then we create it. Oh, okay. If I didn't activate this, maybe I should just silence this in the users table. Where? Yeah, let's silence this for now. Okay. Okay, so we have a user that has been saved, and oh voila, we got our user mail directly executed with the exception that we expected. So now it would be requeued after a certain timeout, not directly, but depending on the setup, and then it will try this again until the limit is reached that it's configured. So depending on our user mail tasks, what is the current limit that is set? Retries. So we can set a retry here. Public int retries 2. So we can say, okay, well, emails 2, and then the third one would actually never run again. Then maybe there's really something wrong with the emailing, and we need to actually look into it. So we don't want to invoke this forever. Yeah? So this is not a good idea. So if we stop the queue runner, queue status, queue info. Yeah, so we have one in there still. Queue run. Okay, then let's add a new user again. Test me 2 and sending it. So, bam, user mail job 2. So this again has been requeued, and depending on the configuration settings, it can be 10 seconds, I'm not sure how long it's set now. It will requeue again and will try to finally get this email sent. Yeah, so you can see that in this specific instance, we have a custom, where is the controller? Here. So we have a custom email, a custom string user mail, and that comes from create job. So whatever, you can also have a different method, like I create something, and then it can have multiple options here, and this is something you can put into the IDE helper as a task, and it should run. If we look into the app custom, maybe we can see it in here. Or is it collected automatically? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, but you can definitely add it into the annotators here. I did that in the sandbox, if I'm not completely wrong. Q. Yeah, okay. So, moving on. So, when we want to talk about another example, I think I have that on my slide as well. Icons and templates, for example, is one of, for me, quite annoying if I have to guess all the time what kind of icons are available. And here we can use the, or at least I wrote a icon render task for the generator. So that's the IDE helper that generates the possible options that can give us a list of all the possible icons in your templates. For that, I'm gonna install the IDE helper pretty quick. the extra, sorry. So require IDE helper extra and plugin load IDE helper extra. Yep. So now we can activate the icon render task inside of this one. And of course, we need to quickly also enable our icons that we want to use. I think I gave you already some examples of what is possible. So you can use font awesome, you can use bootstrap icon, you can use material icons, and some people also use feather icons. So all of these are possible. I think the most common ones are these two. We're going to install the templating helper for that. Because that is a pre-requirement for being able to actually give you the icons as a display so we can see that it works. And we want to load that plugin too. I'm really just too lazy to type it, huh? Yeah. Ah, here I need to do that. Templating. What did I do in number 8? Oh, I used, yeah, okay, that was me. Oh, fair enough. Okay, templating is loaded as well. Great. So this config is now valid. Let me see if asset compress is already installed or not in the composer JSON. No, it's not there yet. You can manually include it as well, but this is usually just a bit nicer to do. So if we want to use the asset compress and also load asset compress, we can remove it from here, by the way. Asset compress is now installed. Perfect. In our application config folder, there should be an asset compress ini that I created. So you can also add your own little configuration of what possible things do you want to add. Just to note, this comes now from what I already prepared as well, because it's a bit cumbersome to get all this data together, from a package JSON. So this is from a sandbox, let's call it app, where you can add all the NPM dependencies, so possible icons. And then in my case, I added a script section or assets sh section here, which basically just runs npm install. So with that, I'm creating all the possible dependencies in my front end. I'm adding all the web fonts, so shifting them to wherever they are needed for asset compress to work, because asset compress creates a different structure in the URL. So then this little hack is needed. I'm pretty sure there are other ways as well to do that. But that means everything should be available now. So whatever is in our app custom as paths, it should be available to get generated by our IDE helper. So if we run again PHP Storm, font awesome for icon collector doesn't like something. Format not supported JSON. Maybe I need to use, that's the wrong path here actually. The sandbox should have the right path. Font awesome. Yeah. Just to give you a small information about what this is. The IDE helper, and in this specific case, this icon render task, it needs to know what icon set are available, and then where are they located in your file system, because what it does is it reads the files and extracts all the possible icons from that file. So if we look into the bootstrap JSON, for example, that's quite nice because it's a JSON. You can see here that's all the icon names available. So this is quite easy to read. Much harder for this icon helper is actually to read this variables less format, because now it needs to prac match out of whatever strings are in here. So it's a bit more ugly. But either way, it will, once it has the correct path, be able to extract all possible icons that you have. So let's run it again. Hopefully it works. Yes, it worked. Great. And if we look into the IDE helper, into whatever was just here, you can see now there's all these icons available. So it's a long list, probably thousands of lines. Here, it starts with icons, and then it's a very long list, and everything is now auto-completed. So whatever we're looking for, if it's a battery or a book, it should be able to auto-complete in a second. Yeah? Good. Now, let's use our icon helper to actually be able to do that. For that, I'm going to activate the icon helper. I think I commented out the other day to test it, but we can also manually load it because templating icon is autocomplete. So we don't even need those kind of stuff here. Cool. And in the default layout, let's make sure that the asset compress is working, so all the layout stuff is being included. That's also nice. If everything works now, we should be able to see our same session again. Yeah. And we want to now maybe exchange these icons, these texts here with icons. So instead of using edit, maybe we can use an edit icon to click here. With the IDE helper now in place, let's see what happens if we try to use it. Yeah? So we go into the template for the index action on the users here, and we go here and say, well, what if we do an icon here? So where's our icon helper? This. Why is it not available? Well, that's easy, because right now it only knows about those two that are annotated in our app view. So in the app view, you see at the top, parent, at least it comes from the parent. These helpers are currently known to the application and thus to the templates. So if you want to be really fast in your templates, you need to make sure that your annotations are always up to date. We added a few more helpers, but we didn't run the annotator, which would actually add those. So if we do that, bin cake annotate all -v -d, just to show you. Oh, bin. Oops. You will see that exactly this happens. Yeah, so these 4 new helpers would be added to the app view. Everything else is unchanged, except for now again the status is an int. Okay, that's cool. If we do this for reals, so without the dry run, you can see that you can repeat that, everything's fine. It will add them to here. So that automatically happened through the IDE helper. And now it should be available in our templates. So wherever you go here and say, hey, let's use some helper, like this icon, and there we go. It's available. And all the functions on it are available. So render is available. And now, if the autocomplete from the PHP Storm generate worked for the tasks that we just configured according to our icons available, we should have the icon collection available here. And we do. So all of the icons that we can add are here. By default, the IDE helper will assume the first one in this configuration array doesn't need a prefix. In that case, it's our font awesome. So font awesome, you can directly use add, edit, diddle. If you would use bootstrap icons, you probably need to prefix them with a BS, and then you can add possible icons from this namespace. Now, if you have only one namespace, you never need that, but if you need different icon sets, then you have namespaces here. But for now, let's use the bootstrap, the font awesome one, which is available as edit. So that's cool. If we do that, and go back to our template. So what's going on here? Yes, you have an HTML tag, and for security reasons, XSS reasons, you cannot directly use HTML here. So of course you can quickly add a escape title. This again comes from the PHP Storm plugin deep assoc. It knows what kind of possible options are here from usage, and we can use escape title, false. That's one option. Yeah? And there we go, we got our icon. Nice. Another option that I personally find quite nice is, if we use the templating plugin anyways, it can provide you with a I think it's a value object, yeah. It's a value object that implements stringable, and so internally, all of our HTML links, post links for forms, all of that stuff can actually know internally if this is a safe string or if this is a value object of the icons, because they are returned as a value object, by the way, and then can be used directly without having to use escape title. So if you want to not have to use escape title, you will have to quickly adjust the HTML helper. I think I have the code for it quickly here, just to save some time. Yeah. So this is our HTML helper on project level. It extends our core level. Source view helper. Here we create a new class, HTML helper. And what we're doing here is we're extending. Do we need to extend the tools helper? I'm not even sure about that. Probably don't need to. We can use the normal core helper. But what's important is the HTML helper trait, and that comes from the templating. And those will override link and link from path and so on. And with this overriding, one second, I need to see what the annotator does. The annotator now recognizes that we are switching our HTML helper. So it adds the annotation for it now on the app view. That's cool. We do that. So. And with this, any call to the HTML helper will actually go into the app HTML helper, in this one. And if it works, it should automatically know which is a safe string and which is actually a icon value object. And then the icon value object is resolved at the runtime in there instead of casted beforehand. Yeah? So this is quite handy if you want to save a bit on the escape title everywhere in your code. How much time do we have left?
3 minutes.
How many minutes? 3. 3. Okay. Well, yeah. I'll
a few extra.
Okay, I'll finish it up quickly. I think, yeah, with this example, we probably have already covered quite a bit of what's possible within the framework to really easily work with it. So yeah, maybe we'll go to the discussion time pretty quick. Are there any questions or anything that I might have missed or maybe was too quick on? Skipped over? Is there anything in the Slack channel? I don't see anything in the Slack channel. Yeah.
I mean, if it, no, it doesn't. Hello. Did you build some workflow for GitHub Actions, like to auto-commit the IDE helper changes?
Wait, why would you do that on the GitHub Actions?
Because then you don't need to do it locally.
Now, well, the thing is, they kind of change the code, right?
Yeah, sure. Like it also commits. So I mean, like, I was just asking. Like, I can of course build this myself, but maybe you already did the work.
I do have something which is my toolbox, and the toolbox, in a way, runs the cron jobs for all of my plugins. So it automatically each night does the yeah. It also sees if something is failing or not working and so on. And there I use something like code style fixing. So yes, theoretically it's possible, but with annotations I'm a bit more careful because oftentimes it changes it to something that is not quite true, or because of a misconfiguration then is really wrong. And I want to actually, and that's why I'm using the -d, -v, the dry run. I want to actually look at it first see if it makes sense, and then I'm applying it. And if not, I can go in the git diff. So, I mean, that's also always nice to have small chunks here, because if you go into git, where is the diff commit file? Yeah, here, like so. Okay, that's maybe not the best one. Here, git. There was a git diff, wasn't there? I just saw it, git diff. Yeah, here. With this, I can quickly, easily see what is actually happening, and I can revert very quickly certain lines that are not true. If you commit silently in the background on the CI, I would rather use maybe a dry run with exiting code if something is not clear. That is a possibility. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't auto-fix things. Yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Anything else? I would love to go more into how actually the autocomplete and everything magically works for the enums, because that is supposed to work. I'm not sure. There must be something small missing, which to debug at runtime is always a bit tricky, and so I'm going to postpone that for the time being. Anything else that you might want to look into?
Oh.
Wait, there's a cube.
Thank you. Does PHP-Q supports cron jobs? You have shown CakePHP-Q.
No, that's my Q. If you JSON Q.
Yes.
So that is currently my queue, which has been working for the last 15 years. That one, I run one cron job to execute it. There is a queue scheduler plugin. It's an add-on that you can use. It's quite new. It's based on also a few others of the team that worked on something similar. So if I queue scheduler, which in its idea creates cron jobs based on from the GUI, the backend. So you can go into the admin backend, you can add any command, any queue task, any custom little snippet that you want to execute regularly as a cron job, and that would work. The other option would be to manually adjust your cron tab file on each server instance, or however you deploy them, of course. So this sometimes is easier to deploy because it's just going to the backend, clicking save, and it's actually already running in the background. So that is what I'm using for my queue. If you use the core queue, there might be other options to work around that. Yeah. And I recommend looking into the sandbox because some things are like shown here. I couldn't show the admin backend just now because I didn't activate admin prefixing. So, or does it work now? Admin queue. Ah, it actually works now. Funny. So here you can see that those mail tasks failed with a certain exception. The attempts here, if I go back to the queue and run it, it would actually work, as it would actually run through if I remove the exception, of course. But you can also force reset here. So if I force reset, it would now be freshly created. Like it appears as it never ran before, and you can rerun it. So if you find an exception, oh, it's a code error, yeah, okay, it will not get lost. So the queue task will just be there and it continues, and then you can rerun that. But yeah, either way, you can go to the sandbox and you can also explore that. You can download it, you can run it locally. Sometimes it's nice to just look at it and see that, oh yeah, okay, cool. I have, if I press F5, I can see the status of the queue task in the background and follow that along. So for all these things, templating, you can see all the icons that are available. So I'm sometimes going here and just showing all the possible icons, quickly searching through. Font awesome, material, bootstrap. So yeah, I recommend also looking into the sandbox, maybe adding your own plugins. There are quite a few, but maybe you want to add whatever you want to showcase, and yeah. Anything else? Anything in the chat? No? Cool. then I guess that's it from me.
Okay, we'll allow the speakers to do a little switch out here. Yeah. Just a reminder for tonight, we're doing a group meetup again. This time it's going to be at Coyote Cafe at 6 p.m. Meetup tonight, Coyote Cafe, 6 p.m. for anyone who wants to join us. Thank you to Passbolt for hosting us. If you came last night, it was great. So Remy's here. Let's thank them for hosting these group meetups because they've been great. Thank you to Passbolt. And then, like I said, don't forget, if you are watching the stream, you're able to ask your questions there. You can post right in the comments. We have the CakeFest and the CakePHP Slack channel. You can ask our speakers, presenters questions there if you'd like. You can also just hashtag us, and we'll be watching there too. Hashtag CakeFest, hashtag CakePHP. So now it is time for us to keep going. So we got to meet this next speaker last year. And we kind of, like, especially our team, we have talked about him a lot since then. We're intrigued with what he does. I'm so excited to hear more, about what's going on. So welcome, Umer Salman. It, but let's test it.
Oh.
Sounds good.
Hello. Cool. Hi, everyone. I'm Umer Salman, and I'm going to be talking about UVS Ops, which is a CakePHP project that we work on, and it stands for Ultraviolet Spectrometer Operations. So I'll get to what each of those words means in a little bit, but first, a little bit of intro of like the mission, me and my team, and what we needed to build a CakePHP application for. So Europa Clipper is a roughly $5 billion NASA project, which is going to be a spacecraft that launches this October. And one small part of it is an instrument made at my organization in San Antonio, Texas. And so that's an image of Europa Clipper. Well, it's like an artist's depiction going over Jupiter's icy moon Europa, which I'll talk more about later. So what I'll talk about is me and my team, then the Europa Clipper mission, then the application we make using CakePHP, the tools and libraries we use, and then I'll walk through the actual application itself, and then we'll wrap up and ask like some questions that you may have, or I'll answer some questions that you may have. So who am I? If you were at CakeFest last year, then you would have seen this slide already, but essentially I'm a research computer scientist at Southwest Research Institute. We're a nonprofit R&D organization dedicated to building out technologies from deep sea to deep space. So that includes everything from like oil pipeline crush testing to fire-resistant materials, all the way up to NASA and European Space Agency spacecraft, which is the part that I work on. And I went for electrical and computer engineering at UT Austin, and have worked in robotics and cybersecurity, but that doesn't mean I'm new to PHP or web development. Back when I was little, my sister and I got a Nintendo DSi, and I found that the web browser on it actually ran JavaScript. And so then I started Googling around, and I found that people had made a whole like Nintendo DSi community, making different like social networking sites using PHP and the web stack. And so then I started working on that, and then I was like, wow, this is pretty nifty. I can make a lot of stuff with this. Then from there, I just like continued going forward. I also like lots of other things like cars, tropical weather, DIY stuff. Yeah, all that. There's just a lot of topics that I enjoy. As for my group, we're a small group. There's 3 of us that are actually building the web applications part. We have more people who work on like the C++ code or IDL, and then the scientists and engineers that build the spacecraft and whatnot for the missions. So in the group, they've been using CakePHP since the 1-point-something days before I was there. But since then, I joined about 3.5 years ago. And we've actually ported pretty much all of them from, majority were on Cake 2, and majority are now on Cake 5. There's a few still on 4, but we're pretty close. And when I'm talking about majority, we have 45 plus of them. So we actually have quite a big number of applications running CakePHP. And we use the whole CakePHP ecosystem in order to continually improve. So we modularize a lot of these applications for these different science operations centers, and that way different instruments and spacecraft share a lot of the same code base, and we can just turn on and off different features of different spacecraft. And then we also use plugins. Thanks, Mark, and many of the others here, Jose and Jorge, and yeah, pretty much a lot of people in this room. We have a lot to thank you guys for. For our styling and front ends, we mostly use Bootstrap stuff. Then we work with a lot of stuff from other organizations and other people within our own organization. So that means that we have to have our Cake apps integrate with a lot of different other softwares. So those might be written in IDL, which is kind of an aerospace-specific programming language, Python, C++, Fortran, JavaScript, like, the whole works. And so the amount of knowledge and like code base that we have goes back decades. Like as an organization, we've been around for 75 years. And so we've been working on a lot of different projects. So Europa Clipper is the one that I want to talk about today. And what it is a spacecraft to research Jupiter's icy moon named Europa. it has a sister spacecraft named JUICE, which stands for Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer. And so Europa Clipper is a NASA project, whereas JUICE was European Space Agency. And so JUICE is exploring Jupiter's moon Ganymede, which is nearby to Europa. And JUICE launched last February 2023, while Europa Clipper is launching in October of 2024. And both of them will be doing a few gravity assists, and will end up both making it there in 2030. And so when we build these applications, we do have to look pretty long term when we think about what we're doing. So you may ask, why? Why are we sending spacecraft to Europa and waiting 6-7 years before we even find out anything? So there's a lot we can thank space research for, specifically including laptops, water filters, like batteries, solar panels, and so much more. And secondly, Europa is actually it's an icy moon, so it's actually filled with water. And while the outer shell is ice, the inside is pretty much an ocean where you would think of land would be. And so I have an image here that shows how much water is on Europa. So even though Earth is so much bigger, the amount of water is represented here, whereas Europa is much smaller and actually has twice the amount of water as Earth. And so we can kind of think of it in terms of when we're looking at the deep oceans of the Earth that are kind of removed from the civilization world, Europa might have similar features of maybe there's underwater geysers, or maybe there's potential for life there. So that could be on a completely different path from anything we've seen on Earth. And then of course the water there, we don't actually know what's in it, right? We just based on previous missions, we believe there's water there, but we haven't actually gone and touched it. And so the actual mechanics on Europa have where the water can actually plume up, and so we'll actually be able to potentially fly through a water plume and determine what the composition of elements are within the actual water. And so a little bit more about the spacecraft is this is what it looks like. This is a 3D model made by NASA about it. And so this is about 16 feet or 5 meters tall, and about, I don't know how clear that is on black, but it's about 100 foot wide, so about 30.5 meters when all the solar panels are deployed. And so what my team works on is just this tiny instrument on board called Europa UVS. So this ultraviolet spectrometer, and what that does is, I don't know if y'all remember your electromagnetic spectrum, from back in grade school, but that goes from radio waves to gamma waves. And so the ultraviolet spectrum, we're specifically looking from a range of 55 nanometers to 210 nanometers. And the reason why we target this is if you think back to the, the 3D glasses where you have the red on one side and blue on the other side. So you can imagine that same sort of thing, but on a wider range, and you see different things with both eyes. You're able to see a much bigger picture of what we're actually looking at that's happening actually on that moon. Additionally, the organization I work for, we also make this instrument, the mass spectrometer, but I'm not on that team. I can talk about it later, though, if people have questions on it, but I won't know as much as compared to UVS. And so for the application we build, and I'll demonstrate it in a bit later, but it's actually publicly accessible because a lot of our NASA-funded things are open to the world. And this is a view of what the homepage looks like. but I'm going to talk about what libraries we use to make it. So obviously we use CakePHP. It'd be a little awkward if we didn't. And I came here and talked about it. But we like CakePHP for its ORM, user accounts, all the different plugins. So for the user accounts, we use CakeDC users in this case. Then we like that it's server-side because it allows us to communicate with some of our other tools. Like I mentioned, C++ and so on. Then we use fabricjs, which allows us to have like HTML canvas elements that the scientists can then use to split up these detector images. We use JavaScript vis-timeline to actually plan out different flybys of different moons and planets. And so that's kind of where the scientist looks at the final state of what they've built. We still have a lot of jQuery going on. For Ajaxing, we have a small calculator that you can drag and drop in a window. And then something I'll show in a little bit is we have a big, essentially Excel form embedded within the web pages that the scientists use for figuring out the different data rates that and the amount of data that they're able to package in the packets when communicating with the spacecraft. And then we use jQuery time picker, which is the only time picker with sub-second picking. Everything else, is kind of operated on more like how doctor's appointments are, where they expect you to have oh, it's at 10:15, but we require millisecond and nanosecond, depending on the use case. And so if someone wants to build one that has one, I would very much appreciate it, but currently there is not one. And so as far as I know, us and PHP MyAdmin are the only projects that are stuck with that problem. So now the actual application. So I'm going to go through it the way that the scientists kind of do so. So as I mentioned before, we're using CakeDC users. And I can do my login. So there's stuff that's public-facing that everyone can do, and then there's stuff that only specific scientists or engineers or admins can do. And so things would be like making cards. So this is that canvas thing that I was talking about. And so what this is representing is that same 55 nanometer to 210 nanometer scale of the detector space. And the scientists can draw out lines which are essentially creating zones that the detector can then know, hey, there's stuff that's important in here, and so run it at essentially higher resolution. Because as you can guess, space in these data packets is at a premium. And so we're just one small instrument on that giant spacecraft. And so we're only given a small allocation of data volume to be able to send back and forth. And so this is in a process called binning. And you can see below, this is that Excel type thing that I was talking about, where the scientists can see what the limits are, where it goes to start and end. And then, more importantly, the data volume rates and how much science data compared to overhead we're getting. And so all of this is compiled together, and it uses these parameters, which are actually parameters from the instrument itself. And the instrument also has multiple modes, which is actually the calculator bit that I had talked about earlier. And so this is that calculator where the scientists can do those calculations on the fly without having to draw it out, for every small calculation they may want to do. But let's say I want to go ahead and save this card, right? I can see the other cards people have saved. I can also create a spectral image. So this is running some IDL locally, code that creates a different kind of image. And so this was written by one of the scientists, but we just hook into it and present it on the same web page. I don't know what this means, as I'm not a scientist, but apparently it's useful for them. I believe it's related to like the different quantities of different elements. But as I mentioned before, we also use Sweet Alert for like to show the user what's going on. So let's say I want to save this card. And so then I have Sweet Alert tell me, hey, you don't have any of the information there. And we, this is where the scientists can set the information of it, and then they can also click this, which will give them the stuff from that canvas, and just go ahead and input it into the details. So we can just go ahead and name it Umer. And so you can decide whether you're still working on it or you want it exposed to the other scientists. And then you can set a color for it so that you can, kind of name a different kind of naming, keep things like categorized in a sense. So now we can save it, and then we go to the second part, which is called the stim. And essentially this is more of a broader picture of that same thing. So you can see that same line representation here. And this is more of like an engineering type tool where there's like these calibration dots, and they basically use this to determine if things are like functioning right and like looking things at a bigger picture. But it's kind of doing the same thing as the other one. And you can set up different regions of interest that matter to them. As for the application, this is where the observations and stims can be tied together. And so you can drag the cards you made on the first one and combine them. And so this is using the associations within CakePHP to link these different ones together, the observations and the stims. And so you're basically combining these templates. And then we also have a drop down where if this were, if it had filled out with a bunch of other templates, then we could just checkbox off a whole bunch of them. From there, we actually get to the important meat part of the application. And so on here is where the scientists can then see the flybys. So this one is Europa Flyby 18. And so once that loads, and so they can see the different modes that the instrument will be in. So green is a stare mode. The light blue is like a scan mode, so like whether it's like sweeping in the detector space or whether it's just like staring at a point. And so the point of this is we can then view the cards that we have and drop them on this timeline and see where it matches with images of what the spacecraft will be looking at a specific point in time. So this is using vis-timeline, and we have a bunch of parameters that we ingest in, which I'll go into a bit later. But those parameters have info, and it tells us more about what is at that time and date. So this is April 26, 2032 at 1900, and we can zoom in to smaller units. But we can move the cards around and shrink them. and so on. And we also have, here's like those time pickers where you can zoom into specific spots and run one of the scientists' code to see things like exposure levels and such like that at those timestamps. Then what the scientists then use is this all gets put into a CSV file, which looks like any other CSV file, but it has the information on the instrument. I don't know if I can zoom in on here. And then it has like the start and stops for each of the regions that we set up earlier in those associated observation cards and the stim cards. And then you can also see an altitude versus time plot, which this is just plotly, but it's showing over this flyby how close it gets to Europa and then back out. And so the cards that I put down here, those are actually going to later snap onto data that we're going to be getting in the future. And so that's why it kind of looked like it was huge, but we'll be able to fit that better in the future. One thing that this is missing that I would like to add is, so these images come from another tool that we make that I actually covered last year a little bit called GeoVis. And so what that looks like is it's another CakePHP application. And with this, you can see both in the past and in the future what all these spacecrafts and more, if you're logged in, looked at or will be looking at. And so we use this often where the scientists will run this with different timestamps. And here, I'll go ahead and run one. And so this is using DuroMarkQ. However, this is one of the ones that we're looking to do more of the Docker remote processing that I talked about last year, but essentially, we take this and it makes some graphs or some plots that look like the one that we have here. And so we can know way in advance what is actually interesting about the flyby. So we don't want to be wasting power and data if we're just going to be looking at blank space, So if we can go ahead and just turn off the detector at that time while we wait for this to load. So, on January 1st, 2001, Cassini spacecraft was looking at Jupiter. Cassini was a different spacecraft that was decommissioned in 2017. But then, on January 3rd, it wasn't looking at anything. So in this case, we would go ahead and just turn off the instrument and save power. But this is, as I mentioned before, another CakePHP 5 application. And you can choose different star maps and things like that. And you can run these in a queue. And so we use that as well, where it then shows up in a queue. And the scientists have a mode to batch process these as well, because they'll go ahead and just set up a whole bunch of timestamps and have 300 of these, which is why the queuing is very important to us. So you can see it starts to go here, and you can see the info on what parameters were set. So a lot of our applications are essentially wrappers above Linux programs that allow it to be abstracted from everyone typing on a command line and typing all these parameters in and potentially screwing that up. Because if you miss a parameter or like mess one up, you don't know what you're ending up with is actually what you're intending to. And so we do this for many such missions. And while that's going, what I'm intending to do is make it so that there's like an API here that just calls the other one, because they're both actually using CakeDC users. And so, you know, I should be able to like click and drag from here to here and say like, hey, go ahead and run that other program at this certain amount of time step, and then have that go in the background, and then when the scientist comes and looks later, they have a much more fine-grained view of the specific stuff. Another thing that's extremely relevant is it supports different parameter sets. So as it gets closer to launch, they work on these parameter sets for the flybys to basically fine-tune like where the spacecraft is going to be. And so we can see those. We can see the ones with G are flybys of Ganymede, E is Europa, and in this case we just have Europa and Ganymede. But for other spacecraft, they might go by Io or some other moons as well. And then I mentioned we have JUICE, which is another spacecraft, which is that like sister one. And because we actually make the same instrument for both, the site has now changed to being able to do everything in JUICE UVS ops mode. And so just by changing the tab. And so we can actually share cards. Someone on the JUICE team can be like, hey, you know, this is relevant to us. Is this also relevant to you guys? And I can grab the cards that someone made for Europa and stick it on JUICE. And in the background, it went ahead and linked the different parameters here, like this framing overhead, which is specific to that instrument. So we're using the ORM pretty heavily in Cake with these associations and whatnot. This should be done. And so now we can see a movie of the one that I mentioned before. We can download it and then see the images at the different time steps. And so there's definitely spots in here where, you know, it's more useful than others. And we can use that information on the other page. And so right now, instead of the API, you have to go and download it as a tarball and then upload it into the admin console. So in all of our sites, we end up with an admin console, and we basically have file ingesters, because a lot of scientists work in CSVs and Excel files. And so we're using the CakePHP file uploader plugin, and it gets processed in here and gets added to the information that was in use earlier. We can also manage users, turn on and off access to different parts of the site. We can have the multiple missions, like I mentioned. So in this case, we have Europa Clipper and JUICE, but on our testing version, we have a whole bunch more, just to, you know, confirm that, okay, if we had another instrument of the same type, whether that would end up the same. So this whole thing is very multi-mission oriented. The flybys can be seen here. And then this is where the data starts getting like really massive, is in these parameters for each of the flybys. And so we end up with, you know, many thousands of them with all these different parameters. And so this is actually somewhere where we ended up having some trouble going from 4 to 5, where like it's just trying to put that in the Finder, like too much stuff. I'm not exactly sure yet, but it's not happy with it. And so if we do a limit on it, then it's okay with it, but there's something else going on, which is why this one is not able to go just yet. And then there's the different modes where you can change the colors of them, which is using that other JavaScript library, Spectrum, activities, which are the different types of like when the activity names are going to be on and off per flyby. The observation cards that you saw, the stims, yeah. And so these are all basically like the baked ones. We're just add, remove, but they have a lot of associations with them. And then we have all the images where you can pull in the ones from that other connected one. And so for all of these, if we get a new file, you can either do a merge. If like you're saying, hey, I already took this set and I want to add more, you can merge them and say like, okay, I'm extending. Or you can say like, no, just screw all the other ones. We have new information that's better, and it'll just delete all from the table and stick in the new one. Then we have so these are both still very much in progress. And they work in tandem. So that's something that is definitely in the process to improve more, is the tandem functionality of these two. Where I have in my profile, I'm able to set like an API token that allows me to send these plots straight to the other one and refer to like these projects in both cases. But as I mentioned before, we work on a lot of different projects, and so that's something that's not as core to it, and so it's one of the things that's more on the backlog compared to the other things. Then we had that's actually more or less it. As a small aside, here's what like the certificate looks like for Juice. And so you can see it launched April 14th from French Guiana. And I'm hoping the NASA one will be just as cool or cooler. But we'll see. The launch window starts on October 20th. And that provides a time that, because you don't know like weather permitting or like other potential issues. So like for a previous spacecraft, we actually had where it got delayed so much because it was launching from Florida, and there was one hurricane, so it was brought back in, and then there was another hurricane, and so it was actually like a long time later when it actually got launched compared to when the instruments got on board. So so with that, I pretty much open the floor for questions on the application, any of the tools and libraries we use, the mission itself. Yes, feel free to ask.
Hello. Yeah. So when the spacecraft sends back data, it goes through the deep space network, I assume?
Yes, that's correct.
And then what? How do you get it into your database? Like, what's the process?
So that's actually a really good topic that I didn't really cover. But we have a whole, in this case, this is more of a pre-planning tool. And so this one is more for like planning and then sending to there, which again, data is still a premium going both directions. But in that case, some of our other science operations centers, I talked about in my CakeFest talk last year, but we've improved it a lot where we have the data, like different spacecrafts and organizations, because we work on so many, put them in different places. and we have a tool that basically goes and either grabs them from like, could be like an FTP server, could be wherever NASA or the supporting groups, which could be any number of groups. So like in this case, there's Colorado Boulder LASP, there's Arizona State University, there's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Johns Hopkins APL. Like there's so many places it could go. And so it pulls from those and then runs through a Python pipeline that converts the data from, it's called L0, which is like, you know, basically the raw data packets. It goes to L1, L2, and however many like calculation steps are needed. And then from there, the last step from Python then ingests it into the Postgres database that we then pull from. So from the Cake side, it isn't yet, but in theory, it should be read-only. And one thing on those we've been looking at is using timescale DB. I don't know, has anyone heard of timescale DB? It's kind of like a plugin on top of Postgres that is more for time series databases, where instead of having like a key, because like you're never going to go and say, oh, actually at this time the value was 24.86, not 24.84, and so they get rid of the data, like the primary key, and instead set the primary key on the epoch or like the timestamp, and so it actually allows for a lot of cool things that we haven't gotten to yet, but it'll put the data in buckets, and as like time goes on, it can say like you're using it for like a thermostat. You don't actually care what the specific temperature was last year, and so for last year, it'll condense those down into like a single data point, and keep your database from like infinitely expanding. For us, the scientists may want to go back and compare it to like when it was in the lab or something like that. So we can't get rid of that old data, but I imagine there are use cases where we can use that, so it's something we're feeling out right now.
Cool.
Yeah, I think.
Metrics, awesome.
Did you say matrix?
Metrics.
Oh, metrics.
Matrix too, though. Anybody else? Questions?
Is there anything anyone wanted me to click on more? Because I know I kind of blazed through the first bit.
Thank you, and that was really interesting. That was awesome. I'm going to ask a question from a position of ignorance, so forgive me. I don't know much about electrical engineering, but how does a system reliably gather data in space with all that radiation? It must flip bits, erase RAM, all sorts of things. How do you reliably collect data and have it piped in from space? Because I only do terrestrial programming, and I don't have to worry about that kind of thing. Tell me, please, because that's fascinating.
No, that's a very good question, and definitely out of my pay grade. But I can answer to how we test it is, at our facility, we actually have a radiation testing chamber, and there's a lot of PhD scientists who know way more about it than me. But there's a lot of radiation from the sun, even all the way out at Jupiter, and then Jupiter has its own magnetic fields that are pretty strong as well. And so there is a lot of stuff we have to shield for. And yeah, I don't actually know the specifics, but I do know that we take a lot of consideration into it. And there's stuff like positioning of where like the instruments sit and different kind of shields. So actually another cool mission that is probably one of my favorites is the Parker Solar Probe, which is actually traveling inside the sun's corona, so inside the sun's outer atmosphere, which you can imagine is very hot. And there's a ceramic shield sitting in front of it, and that's like the one end is however many thousands or millions of degrees or something, and the other end's room temperature. And so we have some really good materials for doing shielding of thermal, of electromagnetic that we do. And then another thing is the satellites are huge. Like like I mentioned before, this is 100 feet across. Like with the solar panels. And then the dishes in the deep space network on Earth are also very large. And so that lets you like compensate for just the broad distances. But yeah, so I don't know the answer to your question specifically, but there's definitely a lot of information on that subject.
Thank you.
So yeah, so these slides are available. They have links to each of the resources I showed. And then, as always, I actually upload everything that's like on my site and whatnot to my GitHub. So there's actually like my speaker notes inside the, the HTML for this page as well, which has a few other links like the actual videos of it doing like the gravity assist for each of these spacecraft that are in there. And then as always, I'm on the Slack for CakePHP, or you can contact me by email. But that's it from me, unless there's any last questions. All right, that's all.
Thank you so much. That was great.
Thank you all.
Unless anyone needs a break, we are going to ask anyone from the core who's willing to participate in our panel discussion to come take a seat. So everybody else, if you want a quick 5-10 minute break while they're gathering. Yeah, and also if there's still some seats available over here, if you'd like a better view of the panel chats, you can move to this side now. You'll go? Okay. I didn't know this morning. So I'll give you that microphone. Give you that microphone, and I'll use this, and then I can. Okay, let's do that. I can do that. Do you want to share this note with me?
It's in your spreadsheet.
Oh. Oh, that is.
I'll just copy it so you know like which questions you want to ask.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, we can go with the flow.
Okay. These are pretty cool. Okay, you can do that side and okay. The camera will get the heads.
We had to use GitLab, and it was somehow worse. Well, because like we had these like stock controls that we had
No?
to do, and you can't customize your fonts and stuff like that. Yeah, you need to. That's not for me, it's for the admin. Well, I mean, also for me, that one was I needed to go in there and yeah, or not even that, but just like there was a URL and like for certain types of changes, like for like supporting change.
We're waiting on Mark, Larry, Michi.
Well, my favorite is like the poll question, because like the poll question will also be temperature, but like no system. And every single team wants to.
I was gonna say I also have like how Mark was showing his like dashboard where he has also like the sites and like what.
So then we like go to
Sentry. I also have one of those.
You can't give me one.
Last deployed.
Then you're gonna have to deal with stuff directly. You don't want to do it.
URLs and then where the repository for it is. Because we used to have a lot of these on our system. I've now migrated them all to Git, but yeah, I mean, there's
No, we don't use Java. Spacecraft. Like
Is Mark opting out, or is he just being slow?
Mark?
Third Mark?
Mark?
No?
Come on, Mark. You got the mark down.
He said, all right.
He's more involved than I am. I'll start that tomorrow.
So now we're just waiting on Larry.
Coming out of the room. Hey, guys.
Larry. He ran to the back.
I'm doing notification on PagerDuty. Wait, you set up a page? Yeah, for the website. I mean, like, the website doesn't go out down often, but it does Mark project suite. Hey, Mark, is this thing?
You guys can be thinking of your questions if you're watching the stream. Be contemplating what you'd like to ask these gentlemen. What? Somewhere.
No. You good? Yeah?
We're good. We're live. We're streaming.
You two need to go.
Your heads are in the.
No, like to there. Because
We good? We're ready to begin? Okay.
Before we start, I just wanted to take a few seconds to say thank you to Amanda, to Larry, and CakeDC team for putting this event together. Because they are always presenting, so nobody's giving them the prop they deserve. So maybe we can give them a little round of applause for organizing this event and putting it all together.
Thank you. But we definitely, well, thank you, but we've said it a million times, we definitely couldn't have done it without Passable, especially this year, and I think it's turning out great, and their team has been heavily involved, so thank you all too. Okay, are we ready to begin then? All right, so don't forget, you are able to post your questions in the Slack channel. You can post your comments here on the live stream as well. So we're gonna get started. Remy and I have a few questions. We're gonna kind of go back and forth. We'll open it up to the floor here. I'm gonna go with the first one, but this one is actually specifically for you, Larry. So we're gonna put you on the spot. We kind of want to know, like, what inspired the creation of the whole project, and like, how did the core team come together in the beginning? Oh, wow. So kind of how did you get started, how did the project get started, and then how did you start recruiting, basically?
Well, Michael or Mikhail had released like the basic CakePHP or Cake framework back in 2015. And prior to that, I was working with Post-Nuke. I don't know if anybody knows. What did I say? Okay, 2005, yes. So 2005, he had released it was like in April of 2005. And prior to that, I was working on an open source project, Post-Nuke, that had been forked from some other project that had been forked from another project. And one of the things I was working on that was a model layer, and I know everybody hates the model layer from the original version of CakePHP, but that was something that I wanted to write something that would, you didn't have to know SQL to work with an application. You basically build it, you get your results and everything. So those ideas is what became the model in CakePHP itself. So there was Mikhail, Brago, and myself were the three founders of CakePHP, and after that, about 2 or 3 months into the project, Brago went back to school. I don't even know if that was his real name or just his username because we hadn't been in contact. Mikhail sent an email to the mailing list and said that he didn't see any future in a project like this, and he felt that it lacked vision, so he was no longer going to work at the project. And then there was a few other people. Who remembers Garrett Jiwoo? Anyone? I know people up here remember him. So Jiwoo and I we'd been talking, and we ended up setting up the software foundation. And then Nate came along. Anyone remember Nate? Yeah. Well, everyone up here is going to remember Nate. So that was part of the original team, and there might be some others that I don't remember. This is 19 years ago. So Felix, Mariano. Mariano, if you're watching this, you need to come back. I haven't seen him in a long time either. But yeah, that was pretty much it. It was just a group of geeks that had a vision. I don't even know if we really had a vision back then. It was just we had a bunch of ideas that turned into a vision that, I'm sitting back there now, I was like super humbled. I was like, oh my gosh, 19 years ago, who would have thought?
Yeah, Larry gets super hyped at these events. This really, I
love these events too, because I get to come out here and see everybody. And you guys know I'm not much of a talker, so that's probably the last question I'm answering. I'm kidding.
So in 2 years, CakePHP will be allowed to drink, and in the US. So,
he's done his research.
So for the other people on the couch, we are very happy to have you in this little therapy session, and not everyone knows you, and so that would be nice if you could all introduce yourself with your name and your handle as well, so because a lot of people will interact with you with your nicknames, so we can put the faces finally on some of these nicknames. So how did you came to work on the CakePHP project? What get you interested in the first place?
And what year did they join? Because sorry if I didn't call you out on the year that you started working on the project.
All right, I'll go. I'm Mark Story. My GitHub handle and IRC handle and everything is Mark Story. It's very creative. I started working on the project in 2007. I was working at a digital agency, and we were getting out of building Flash websites, and we wanted to build standards compliant HTML stuff, because standards compliant was that was cool back then. And so we started looking at building restaurants and condo developments and I CRM systems, and we're looking at ways to make that better. And so I looked at a bunch of different PHP frameworks. I looked at Zen framework, and I looked at Symfony 1 and Cake and CodeIgniter, and I was able to get Cake working in an afternoon and gave a demo to my boss, and he's like, "This looks great," and I was like, "Cool, let's go with this."
Thank goodness.
I had no experience really, and so I also saw. I come from a painting background. I was graduated from college in painting, and then found myself doing web design, and I'm like, I have to figure out how to write software. So I decided I would. Get involved with an open source project, and I picked Cake because I could get it working in a day. And then, I started submitting patches and documentation changes. Documentation changes back then were a Word file. So I worked with the documentation lead at the time. I think his name was John. I'm trying to remember.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, John. So I would send him, he would send me a Word file. I would make changes. I'd send him the Word file back. There's no version control. And then I would send patches to the core, and I sent too many patches, and they gave me commit access. And they're like, this will just be faster. So yeah, that's how I got involved in the project.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Michi Hoffmann. I started using Cake in 2015. My first job was at a small agency in Munich, and they've been using Cake already, building various projects. Yeah, so this was right around when Cake 3 came out. Yeah, and after a while, I kind of got bored at work, so I started looking into Cake itself because I wanted to grow as an engineer. And yeah, I mean, also started creating issues, pull requests, changes to docs, stuff like that. Yeah. And now it's been almost 9 years. Still using it. Still works. Awesome.
Still here presenting. So awesome.
Hi, my name's Jose Diaz-Gonzalez. I am Savant on most places, or just Jose Gonzalez. I started working with Cake in 2007. At the time, I had just finished a role at Sun Microsystems, and realized I didn't know how to program really or make anything. So I like looked on for frameworks, started with Rails. I had a brand new MacBook. Rails did not install properly. I think it was a Ruby RVM issue. I looked at all of the prominent PHP frameworks. Symfony had a really, really nice tutorial. It took 28 days. And I was on vacation for Christmas break, so I only had 2 weeks. So that was out. Zen framework was very long. There were a couple other frameworks that like I just couldn't make heads or tails of. And Cake 1.2 had just come out, and they had a 5-minute tutorial. And I was like, great. 5 minutes is much less time than I have, so let me try that out. It worked around 5 minutes, maybe 10, I don't know. And so after that, I started like picking up the framework. Kind of backdoored my way into the core team around 2010, 2011, through the Cake packages / plugin site, which now I think is just, you should go to Packagist instead. And I've contributed stuff that I drop on the core team and then run away from. The queue was probably the most recent one. I'm sorry, Mark.
Hello, I'm Mark Scherer from Berlin, Germany. And my handle is der Euromark. Most people might know me from some of the plugins, like the IDE helper. Yeah, I joined. Well, first I started working with Cake 2000 and maybe 6, 7, like trying it out. I had the same issues, like just I didn't want to do vanilla stuff anymore and having no clue what I'm doing. I wanted to have some kind of guidance, some kind of red line to follow. And all the frameworks didn't work out, like couldn't properly run. And Cake was just working out of the box for me, and so I just sticked with it for the time being. Growing more and more into using it, you actually start to provide patches, you start to provide fixes or improvements, documentation changes. And so, yeah, eventually this also led for me to join the core team in probably 2011, I guess. Yeah, and I haven't stopped using it, both professionally and privately. And so I'm kind of in a codependent relationship with it. And so here I am.
Hello.
Talk louder. They're saying they can't hear us.
Oh, okay. So my name is Jorge Gonzalez. My handle, I don't use Twitter much nowadays, but it's usually Stenkel. If you look for me in Slack, you can find me as Stenkel there. I've been using CakePHP from version 1.1 in a small agency that we created in Tenerife, where I live. And then later, several years later, I joined CakeDC. I've been working with CakePHP fully since then. I still love the framework and work on it every day, more in the client side, because recently, or in the last years, I'm more into management. That means trying to keep the clients and the developer team happy, hopefully at the same time. So, so I'm also running most of the CakePHP training sessions we do through the Cake Software Foundation. So probably if you know me, related with the training activities in the framework. So that's what I do there.
Okay, so now we've gotten to know you a little bit. So now you guys get to tell us about each other. We want you to share maybe something about one of your fellow core members that most people wouldn't know, but you think that they should know. Anybody got any ideas? A cool fun fact? I knew I could count on you.
So Mark Story, for the longest time, did not have a cell phone. So like we would go to CakeFest and make plans, and you had to be wherever you said you were going to be, because if you weren't, Mark was just going to be there waiting for you. Which made it like very difficult if for whatever reason we decided, oh hey, like the plans blew up to 12 people instead of 6, so we need bigger, like more space. We have to send someone to go fetch Mark Story and like bring him to the new place. My understanding is that he had a desk phone at his previous job, and the only reason he got a cell phone is because he moved companies. And I think at the time he also got a dumb phone. It wasn't even like a smartphone, and that was 2000. No, I think that was 2015. So he like switched to like not a good phone. Now he has a better one.
It's a smartphone.
Now it is.
No, I got it in 2017. I still have it.
It's the same phone.
It's the same phone, yeah.
What phone is that?
It's a Samsung S8 from 2017. The battery is popping on it, so I'm just waiting for it to explode, and then it will die. The screen's got burn in. It's great. I love it.
I dislike this man.
Anybody else?
Any other secret facts that we should know about other people in the team?
I have one for Jose. Jose knows where the worst bar in New York is. The
With the
Patriot
worst
Ale
beer.
House.
Yeah.
They've closed.
They closed?
They closed.
Oh no, that's too bad.
I was there when they closed, and it was just as bad as you can expect.
Yeah, it's literally the worst bar in New York.
Patriot beer, was that
The Patriot Ale House in Manhattan.
Patriot Ale, yeah.
It's a terrible bar.
So was their beer?
The beer was, you could get drunk on it. If you drank a pitcher, you would definitely be drunk. Yeah.
If you could drink a picture of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I drank a pitcher. It worked.
One of the other core developers, he's not here, or maybe ex-core, Andy Dawson, I bought him there, and for the longest time, my like memory of him being there was with his child, and that actually wasn't him. It was Juan Basso, if you guys remember him. Juan Basso was the one time bought his kid to this bar, and I remember thinking to myself, this is not a place for a child. Someone else has to have something to say.
I don't know if I've got any, like, deep, dark secrets on anyone in the core. Let's see. Well, is it dark secrets, or is it just like lighthearted? Okay. No, I feel really close to everybody up here. Mark came in at a time and took over the framework basically in 2008, yeah, so I don't know how he does it. We've always thought he's got a clone somewhere, but the amount of work that he puts into the framework. Jorge, of course, we've worked together at KTC, and he's been very instrumental in the training. The other Mark here, we bump heads once in a while. He likes cake. Ask him for the video of him getting cake in 2016. I know you hate this, don't you?
But he likes to keep reliving it when we bring it up.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to, sneak up on me one day and shove cake from behind into my face.
Do not ruin this event, Cake.
No, I got eyes on the back of my head. I'm watching for you. Yeah. Jose, very humble guy. Jose has been, so, yeah. He is. I actually, a couple years ago, he came to Tennessee. I had dinner with him. It's very, very different than he is in the Slack channel and the old ways that we communicate on the core. And he's one of the newer developers on the team. I've not interacted with you very much since you've been here, but
Larry reset my email account.
Yeah, I
recently.
reset his email account. I think that's the only thing that I've done with him. But his trainings are the workshop that he did. This was your second. Was this your second?
Yeah, I did one during COVID, like Tailwind CSS Vue.js.
Okay, yeah. So
good times.
But like everybody up here, I just appreciate what everybody's done. Again, it's been very humbling for me.
I have one last thing about Mark. So Mark is Canadian, and he's probably one of the nicest persons on GitHub you will ever find. True. But let me tell you, behind closed doors, he sometimes swears.
What? Can't even respond to that.
And one last fact, also about one member that is not here, ADMAT, is that...
Is it ADMAT or ADMAT? In my mind, it's ADMAT.
You can also say ADMAT. But yeah, the more interesting fact is that actually none of us have ever seen him, heard him. And we are sometimes not even sure if he's actually human or if he's an advanced AI that came back from the future. And so...
Now he's probably watching and he's mad.
We don't even know
Yes.
that it could possibly be somebody here today, and we don't know it.
Could be. So yeah, that's
Right?
he's very instrumental, one of the most important core developers we currently have. And
Yes.
we really want to have him here next year, so we'll see what heaven and earth we have to move for that one.
I try every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, we try every year. Hopefully we will get him. Next year, if you're listening, it's 20 years next year. You've got to show up for the event. Please. Yes, please.
Well, for the next series of questions, we wanted to go through, the topic is called Mistakes Were Made. So I want to hear like some crispy stories, but some of the mistakes that were made by the team. So to start with, I've heard like one time the repository was deleted. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, we had moved everything from SVN. What's that? It was in SVN. Yeah. Okay, so it actually got deleted in SVN. It was. Yeah, it really doesn't matter who did it, but that's probably one of the things that we lost all history prior to that, and we didn't roll it back. What they did, instead of doing a rollback on it in SVN, they just recommitted the directories over top of what was there. So that was probably one mistake that sticks in my mind a lot.
Like you want to know how, like what scope of mistakes? Like this could be a 4-hour talk on on mistakes. This mic not working.
It does. You can also have this one.
Okay. So like mistakes, like what kind of mistakes are we talking about? Like design mistakes, like decision mistakes?
Could be like something you regret or something that you face as a team and you follow through.
Okay, so one of my biggest regrets is the transition between Cake 2 to Cake 3. That was a very hard upgrade. It was not good. And in hindsight, what we were thinking was we're like, oh, we're going to build something new. We won't have to worry about like cutting over people. We'll figure that out later. And then we never did that. And I think that was a big mistake. I think that caused a lot of like a split in the community and caused people to have some like I don't know, bad feels towards the framework and towards the maintainers. We were trying to do a good thing, and we just really dropped the ball. We didn't really understand how to do a backwards compatible thing at that point, and I don't think we really understood how hard it was going to be for people to upgrade. Yeah, so I would say that was a mistake. In hindsight, what I would have done is like written the ORM separately, and then made it so you could use the 3 ORM in 2 or the 2 ORM in 3, but we didn't do that. So I would say that was a pretty big mistake. Since then, we've tried to do a much better job of like making upgrades easier, and maybe people don't know that we've done all of that, but like we're trying. We're trying not to break everything. So we provided like an upgrade tool now that can do automated code upgrades. So that's kind of a mistake that turned into a good thing. Was the 2 to 3 upgrade kind of like we built an upgrade tool, but it wasn't very good, and it didn't cover the like hardest part of the upgrade, which was like updating all of your queries. So yeah, mistakes were made. That was a mistake. But it's like 10 years in the past now, so.
Still dwelling.
Not salty at all.
Not at all. Anybody else?
So when I joined the core team, I was working on this website called CakePHP, and my idea there was there were 3,000 or 4,000 repositories out there that were in some way related to CakePHP. Not all plugins, a lot of websites, a lot of little libraries that like weren't in the right format, but I had hoped to like index that and display them to people and have a way for them to like easily install them. So I came up with a format that was based roughly on how Debian packages work, and I started like writing a library that would allow me to like basically porting the solver for dependencies in Debian packaging to PHP. And for anyone who's ever done one of these, it's actually like pretty difficult. It's not like an easy problem. And so the mistake there was doing this on my own, which I had something that was working. It was kind of okay. And at the same time, the PHP community was trying to solve this problem. If you're writing PHP now, you're familiar with Composer. Composer was just starting out, and the big mistake was not me saying, hey, like, I'm gonna toss this out, or even just like try to bring Composer to the rest of the community. It was continuing on my own path. So like CakePHP as a community, I think, did not really, you know, was it Cake 3 that we started using? Yeah. It took us quite a while. That was 2015, I think.
Yeah, we had pair packages for a long time.
Yeah.
So we had pair packages, and we started doing Composer through pair because we didn't know if. Okay, so like when Composer first came out, it was a new shiny thing, and we weren't really sure if it was gonna stick or if it was gonna just be like a fad that came and disappeared. So we didn't jump onto it right away. Probably a mistake. We had built pair packages for a while, and so that was the distribution tool of choice before Composer kind of took off. And so when Composer was really like fresh and new, we're like, oh, we'll just use our pair package. They had a pair package compatibility layer. So we're just like, oh, we're fine. We got pair packages. And then we didn't evolve quickly enough. That was also the time that like PHP 5.2 to 5.3 was happening. And namespaces were coming out, and like there was a lot of change in the PHP ecosystem at that time. And so I think we were really focused on like trying to finish Cake 3, and we missed a couple opportunities to kind of get more adoption and be involved in the broader community a little bit better. Yeah.
Okay, so kind of whoever, you know, has an opinion on this one, how do you see, you know, the CakePHP project as a whole positioned in comparison to other frameworks in PHP or other languages?
I guess I'll take that one. Okay.
Sounds like a Mark.
I don't know if we've ever like, yeah, to Larry's point, I don't know if we've ever really strongly worried about how it's positioned. For me, the way I've always thought about the strengths of Cake is that it's very novice friendly. Like we try and keep the community kind of friendly to novices. We try and make it easy to get going because like you heard earlier, like a bunch of us is like the thing we could get running in 5 or 10 minutes. That's what drew us to it and kept us involved, was like getting results and getting motion, you know, getting something done quickly. So I've always tried to keep that kind of the same. So like it's easy to get going, it's easy to get started. For a long time, Cake was the easiest one. A lot of the other frameworks in the space kind of saw maybe what we were doing and kind of adapted and you know, got better and solved their own kind of usability and developer experience issues. But I think like the thing that kind of sets apart Cake to me is like the focus on you know, code generation, working from a database schema to a working application, and you know, working on like fast prototyping. So like Bake is awesome for prototyping and like figuring out what your model should be and how things should relate, and then giving you tools to like build more powerful applications down the road. I think we have one of the better ORMs available in the PHP space. So I think that's a strength of the frameworks. Like it's approachable and easy to use, but also gives you a lot of power and a lot of flexibility to write expressive queries and like load data incrementally and not overfetch and not get trapped by n+1 queries like after you've written your code. So I feel like that's kind of like what sets the framework apart. It's hard to differentiate yourself from like, here's a URL to run some PHP code to render a template. But I think the difference comes from like the ORM, the community, like what you folks bring to it, and kind of the applications that Cake shows up in is a lot of like internal tools and like interesting stuff. Like it runs a bridge, it runs tire analysis, like it runs spaceship science stuff. Like that's all really cool stuff. Like I think that's what sets the framework apart. Is yeah, runs a printing for like the German elections. Like neat stuff.
Yeah, I can maybe just add that the very foundation of it as well was this red line, and that have convention-based approach over configuration. And I think this is still true, and this is one of the powers of it as well, because as a team, especially also if you're new to the team, you can really quickly onboard people. And yeah, you don't have, like other frameworks have 5, 6, 7 ways to write configs. If it's XML, PHP, Neon, YAML, and I probably forget 3 more. And so in Cake, it's just like there's a convention-based approach. You can deviate from it, sure, but in general, you don't have to, and you don't need to. And with this, you're usually quite quick also in really getting stuff done instead of having to worry about, or like really using mind power to what would be the right of those 10 ways to do this kind of thing. And so, yeah, for me, that's one of the strengths.
I think like a lot of the people here on the core team, whether they're currently on the core team or previously were on the core team, also have experience with a lot of the other frameworks in their day-to-day. So like the Marks, for instance, work at Sentry or other companies, and will like very often work in other languages and then look at the ideas that are there and bring them into Cake. So if, I think like our new, like when we were redesigning the template layer, Jinja from Python was something that like we were actively looking at and saying, this is a pretty neat way to write template code. How do we bring that into CakePHP? So I think a lot of the stuff that we build, we'll look at other frameworks for inspiration. There's no reason for us to say, hey, like this, we need to like go trailblaze on our own in every single manner, but we'll take the good ideas and bring them in a way that like makes sense for our community and for the applications that we build.
I mean, I also have one thing. I mean, I don't want to compare Cake so much with other PHP frameworks because, I mean, in the end, they mostly do the exact same thing, just call it differently. But what's really shocking if you look outside the PHP world, like server-side JavaScript, stuff like Go, Rust, like the frameworks or libraries, they should better be called, there's nothing in there, right? There's maybe a router, and there it ends. There's no ORM, there's no templating engine, there's no authentication layer, there's nothing. So when you just really look at like how productive I can be with the framework I'm using, I mean, it doesn't really get better than Cake, really. When you, I mean, maybe a bit performance, but who cares?
One thing that I was going to add is I've probably seen people talk about CakePHP is perfect for prototyping, okay? But if you want to build a enterprise type application, you know, enterprise, right? CakePHP isn't the framework for you. And that's where I disagree, because at CakeDC, I know that we've built enterprise applications. I don't know if you would consider that project that you have for NASA, you consider that enterprise? Yeah, so I think that pretty much, you know, put the nail in the coffin of that one, that you can build enterprise applications with CakePHP.
So Mark, you talked about the importance of the community. So the next set of questions is about the community interactions, and like, what would you say to someone who wants to get started in the CakePHP community? Where to look? What does the core team needs in terms of help from newcomers? How do I get started to help you?
Okay. Easy way to get involved, open issues, help other people who are having trouble. If you know an answer and you're available to help in the support channel, answer questions. That's how I got started. That's how a lot of people got started, I think. Open GitHub issues when you find a bug. Open GitHub issues when you find an error message that doesn't make sense and you're like, I don't even understand what this bullshit is about, and I gotta go read their source code. So yeah, like opening issues. If you have a feature you want to see, like start off with an issue. I wouldn't jump into a pull request because sometimes, you know, we can give kind of direction if we know what you want to do and how you're trying to solve it and how you're thinking about the problem. Yeah, I think those are kind of good ways to get started. Does that kind of answer the question?
You talked about like how to get started with the code. Are there other things that people could do to help the project?
Yeah, so one thing that we definitely need help with is like telling people about the cool things you've built with Cake. All right, so one of the things we suffer from is we're a bunch of engineers and software people. We're not really good at marketing or telling people about the goodness of the framework or the strengths of the framework. So if you have skills in that area or you have the ability to do it or the time, we'd love any help you can provide. Like I write a blog once a month. I try. Sometimes it's once every 3 months. But if we have more people doing that, it turns into a regular kind of stream of content, which makes it, increases visibility, gives people more resources to find help, more resources to like find out how to do things, how to solve the problems they might have, and just kind of builds that community. If you have experience with video, that's another thing that we're not great at. I find video super time consuming, and I just don't have the motivation for it. So some people do, and if that's your thing, like we could really use help there as well.
Did you talk about documentation?
Yeah, documentation's good too.
Because oftentimes when you actually use the documentation available, which is already quite awesome, you might find something that is missing for you or not clear, and then you can also open an issue or directly fix whatever sentence might be unclear. And this way you can also start contributing just from little snippets to larger chunks, to maybe even code examples that might completely be missing for some reason from the documentation.
Yeah, or if you speak a language that is one of our translations, that you find examples that are out of date, like we love those kinds of updates. And you don't have to know the formatting perfectly. I'm more than happy to help anyone figure out RST, which is a restructured text, which is a formatting tool we use for the docs. The reason we use this esoteric tool is people want PDFs and Windows help files, and it's the only tool chain that will generate all of those from one set of documentation. So we generate the website, the PDFs, the search index, and EPUBs, like an ebook. You can download an ebook of the docs, and a Windows help file, all from the same source code. And if you do send a docs fix, it gets deployed automatically. So once we merge the pull request, everything auto deploys. So your fix will be live in like 40 minutes, which is how long our docs take to build. Yeah, so it's a very fast feedback cycle. You click edit on GitHub, it opens a pull request. One of us will review it in a day or so, and then it'll get merged and deployed right away. So if you want that quick win, that's a great way to get started.
Yeah, and there's the ecosystem. So even if you're not directly involved in the core or documentation, maybe you have a plugin that you want to build, or you have something already that is in your application but could be open sourced, could be used by others. And in this way, you can just make it a plugin and publish it, add some tests for it ideally. You can add it to the awesome list. So we have the awesome CakePHP list that lists all of these ecosystem plugins. And this is also nice to share that with the community. Other people might start be using it. They might contribute to your code actually. And so this is definitely working for me. And people also help me to improve and further enhance my plugins.
Yeah, to touch on something that Mark said about creating plugins and not having to be on the core to do that, that's actually how people get invited to the cores. They've contributed to the project, whether it's documentation, creating a plugin, or pull request. And seeing that type of an effort from people in the community on a regular basis, that's something that gets the attention of the core team, and then they'll reach out and they'll invite you to the core.
That's the process.
Yes.
Enough pull requests, I'm tired of merging this person's changes.
Yep. And you can always send, if you have ideas for the community or things that you want to see, community@cakephp.com or .org, send an email to that, and Amanda will get back to you, and we'll try to implement some of those.
Love to share all of your cool things you're building. Just
yes.
let us know.
Yep. We do have on the CakePHP website a place to put those type of information.
Yep. Awesome. Okay, we're being told to speak louder, so everybody talk a little bit louder. So we talked about improving the community. So if if we can place these things in effect, where do you see the project going the next 2 years, 3 years? Is there something specifically you're excited about? And I know, Jorge, you use it daily for clients and stuff. Is there stuff you would like to see? Where do we see it going? Hope it goes in the coming years.
So I'm getting old, which means I hate change. So I really hope that in the core there's not so much change anymore. I think we're pretty good. Yeah, I think ecosystem around stuff, right? At one point we made the authentication plugin, great stuff, super helpful. We brought the queue in, so that kind of stuff. there's a lot of surface area you can like think of. Like I recently had the need for a WebSocket server, and I built one myself a while ago using like React PHP, but like all of that stuff is now abandoned. Like not React PHP, but like there was some package I used and it's now abandoned. But yeah, no breaking changes, or not many. I think that's a good direction.
We have a couple of questions in Slack. I know we're running out of time, but I'll try to get a couple in here. Will there be, and these may be quick ones, will there be official support for Redis cluster cache?
As soon as someone sends a pull request that needs Redis cluster cache, there will be Redis cluster cache support.
So send your pull request and absolutely.
I don't use Redis cluster cache in my Cake apps, so I'm not going to build the driver. If you use it, I'll help you build the driver. But
is this a threat?
No, it's not a threat. It's not a threat. It's like
you're gonna get a driver.
No, like if people need it, I'm happy to help like figure out the Cake pieces of it, but the Redis cluster piece, I'm not the expert for PHP and Redis cluster, but I'm happy to help someone. We just have to figure out how to get it to run in CI.
Another question is, there's a lot of islands in the wider, PHP community, all the other languages. How can we get people from all of these islands together more often to learn from each other and kind of solve the same type of problems? Any thoughts?
I don't know that we necessarily, so at CakeFest probably is not the place to bring in other languages, at least, maybe other frameworks in PHP, but I don't know that like we'll be trying to pull in other folks here necessarily. I think like what I've done in the past is just go to other frameworks, other communities, and like directly interact with them. PHP itself, there's a ton of like non-framework specific conferences that you can attend, and that's 100% what I recommend. I've been to like Southeast PHP, True North, and that sort of thing. There was PHP Tech, etc. And yeah, Confu, but these happen fairly regularly. There's one thing that we've done, I think, pretty poorly is reach out to these other communities on the Cake side and just like be a presence at these conferences. We just don't have time. There's a ton of stuff to do in Cake world. But by the same token, other frameworks do the same thing. It's not necessarily something that they prioritize to go to every single conference. But if you're there and you're in the area, feel free to like go out and speak at these things. In terms of like what we do to like try to bridge the gap, again, we are looking at other frameworks and other tools, other languages to see what we can bring in feasibly, right? Because there are things that we can't do very easily in PHP as a language that are super easy to do in, say, Golang or Ruby or something like that. But we'll figure out ways that like make sense for Cake and for our users.
Yeah, and you can attend in general meetups. So they're usually smaller than conferences, and they're local. PHP meetups, you can also organize some of them and bring together people from different backgrounds, present different ideas, and then have a chat afterwards.
I think one of the things we've done on like on the technical side is adopted as many of the PSR standards as we can. So we did the logging one, we've done the request and response one, we've done the middleware one, we've done the clock one that was recently came out. It was like 17 or 18. We did a bunch of the cache ones. So like we've tried to make it easy to plug other things into Cake and to make the Cake solutions for caching and for middleware and all of that available for the broader community. Has it worked out? I don't know, but we're trying. Like we're trying to do the things where we can. I think the logging one has worked out pretty well. Package splitting, yeah, we do package splitting now as well. There was a long time when Cake was just the monolithic framework, but you can also just get the database abstraction. You can get just the ORM. You can use just the caching layer. Like there's a bunch of options there for swapping things in and swapping out.
Sphinx as well.
And Sphinx, yeah. I maintain the PHP library for the PHP domain for Sphinx as well. So if you want to use Sphinx to document your PHP projects, I maintain that too.
Anyone from the room?
Yep. Any questions?
Hi again. What do you need to make an event, for example, in France? What are the fixed costs? Are you invited here? Because I like Cake since 2010, I find other developers around me will be okay to use Cake, but they use symphonies and other one. I think we could rally them to Cake. So, is there a way to organize such an event?
So I guess it's for the organizer of the CakeFest to explain what's the process behind.
So most of the time we'll talk about it at Cake DC, and then we'll approach the core and let them know where we're wanting to have an event. I don't think we've ever thought about going to France. We've done the UK, Japan, Amsterdam, Spain. Yeah, we were in Madrid. That could be an option. I'm still trying to figure out where I want to do it next year. 20-year anniversary, that's something kind of special. And I'll take input from anybody on where they'd like to see it. And then we'll kind of go from there. But, France, that could be an option. Not next year, but it could be an option soon.
Okay, we have someone watching the stream with a question. It's not specific to CakePHP, but can you suggest an alternative to Gulp to optimize CSS and JS?
Cool.
I mean, post CSS is pretty good. I would definitely recommend something like Vite because it's been stable. It doesn't change much, and I liked it. I can't recommend Webpack for that reason.
Yeah, there's JavaScript build tools. There's tons of them. Every month there's probably a new one. Yeah, Vite is a solid option. Post CSS is a package, or has an integration with Vite. There's also like PHP based CSS minifiers that you can use. I built a bunch of adapters for them in Asset Compress. So if you're using Gulp and you don't like it anymore, Gulp still works. You can use Grunt. That's still around. Yeah, Grunt's still around. Yeah, it's still around. There's a lot of tooling options. I think you just have to find one that works for your jam and go with it.
Any last remark or closing words from the team? How do you want to close that therapy session?
Therapy. I think I probably speak for everyone up here that, we totally appreciate the community. Everything that the community's done. 19 years, some of you guys have been around. That's a long time. So
We know it's reliable.
Yeah.
Good old reliable. Well, thank you guys so much. Can we have a round of applause for our core team? Thank you, guys. Yeah, you said. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I know you guys just left. Can we get you back up there for a photo? I'm so sorry.
But I think someone ran to the bathroom.
All right, then we'll get one out. Yeah.
So we do it later?
Yeah. Ready? Okay. Clean them up.
think that's the computer. That might be the computer. Here, you want to see the microphone? Is it on mute?
Okay. Check, check. Yeah.
You got a, is there a button up there? Where did it? Hey, is that still plugged in? We got power?
Yeah.
Is that power?
Okay, we've got one final talk today. If you're watching the stream, make sure you're hashtagging. Let us know what you're enjoying about the event. We'll get all of our people here in Luxembourg to get back to their seats here. Okay. All right, we are going to close out day 2 with the first timer here, so everybody go easy on him. He is working with the team at CakeDC as a project manager. So everybody welcome Florencio Hernandez.
Okay, hello everybody. This is my first time here, so thank you. Thank you for assisting to CakeFest 2024, and thank you for staying here for the talk. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Florencio Hernandez. I'm from Spain, and I work as a project manager and a CakePHP developer in CakeDC. So before joining CakeDC, I was working in different positions from consultancy to development and using proprietary and open source technologies such as CakePHP, and to provide solutions to my clients, especially in the tourism and hospitality industry. And today's talk will be an introduction to an analysis of the main cache systems available in CakePHP. And it's hard to do it after the core members, but I try to do my best. Okay, so let's go. What is a cache system? Well, this talk is for beginners. Okay, so what is a cache system? A cache system is a high-speed data storage layer that allows frequently accessed data to be stored for the future request. For the data are saved faster than if the data had to be accessed from the primary storage location. This store can be either in memory or on a local disk, and it is designed to provide high-speed data to improve performance and efficiency. I will introduce 4 types of cache system. That is CPU cache. It's a small size type of volatile memory that provides high-speed data access to the processor and improve the processing speed. The second one is the disk cache, and use a portion of RAM associated with a disk to speed up the access to data on a hard disk. Next one is the web cache. to store documents such as HTML pages and images, to reduce bandwidth usage, server load, and perceived lag. And the last one is the database cache to store query results, to reduce the need for repeated database access. So, why to use a cache system? A cache system is essential for enhancing the performance, the efficiency, and overall user experience of computer system by providing quick access to frequently used data. The utility of the cache impacts directly in some aspects, performance, improve the performance of your application, mainly in two aspects. Reduce the latency by storing copies of frequently accessed data, and it reduces the time it takes to access the data. Increase the speed. Applications run faster as they can quickly retrieve the data from the cache rather than computing it again or fetching it from a slower data store. The second aspect is the efficiency enhancement with a lower resource consumptions, reducing the load of backend systems by decreasing the number of requests that need to be processed by the main data store or computational resources, and also optimize the bandwidth usage, particularly in web caching. It minimizes the need to retrieve the same data repeatedly over the network. So the third one is the cost reductions, because we can reduce the infrastructure cost by offloading the work from databases and servers. Caching can help reduce infrastructure costs and improve scalability. And also the energy savings, because of the lower resources uses, translates to energy savings, making system more cost-effective and environmental friendly. And last but not least, improve the user experience with faster response times, so the user experience quicker load time and smoother interactions with applications, which is crucial for user satisfaction and retention. And also the offline access, because some cache systems allow access to data even when the main data source is unavailable, providing a level of redundancy and reliability. So, in CakePHP 5, we have this cache engine. The file, which is a simple cache that uses local files. It is the slowest cache engine, and doesn't provide as many features for atomic operations. However, since this storage is often quite cheap, storing large objects or elements that are infrequently written work well in files. Next one is memcache. This is an in-memory key value cache system that uses the memcache extension, and it's simple but powerful. Next one is Redis. It uses the PHP Redis extensions and provides a fast and persistent cache system similar to memcache, but also provides atomic operations. Next one is APCU that uses the PHP CPU extension and uses the shared memory on the web server to store objects. This makes it very fast and able to provide atomic read and write operations. Well, we also have the array that store all data in an array, but these engines does not provide persistent storage, and it's intended for using application test suites. Well, we also have the null, but the null doesn't actually store anything and fails on all read operations. So let's see the cache engines in CakePHP and how to configure the cache engines. We have two ways to do it. The first one is providing the cache engine configuration as an array, and the second one is providing a DNS string like we have in the example. There are some common options for all the cache engines, such as duration, that configures as a string-to-time compatible expression, specifies how long items are retained in the cache. Groups is a list of groups or tags associated with every key storage in this config, and it's useful when you need to delete some subset of data from a cache. Prefix, prepended to all entries, is good when you need to share a key space with either another cache config or another application. Probability of hitting a cache GC cleanup. Every cache engine has their own configuration, and you can review it in the CakePHP 5 book if you need it. Okay, so let's go. I did an analysis to review the performance and how fast is every cache engine. So to perform this analysis, to do this analysis, I use an environment with the dev, with Redis and Memcache extensions installed. I did it with CakePHP 5 basic project. It's a blog. And I configured the 3 different cache systems, cache engines, File, Memcache, and Redis. So to perform the test, I use 3 different tools. I create my own scripts to log the time to spend to log the time spent on write and read operations. I use JMirror to perform the workload test in the 3 cache engines, and I also use the Memtire benchmark to run the performance analysis for Redis and Memcache engines. So let's start to review the results of the test. Well, first of all, I use the scripts to log the response time for write and read operations. I run the process 4 times, with 4 times with all of the cache engines. The first test was had 100 requests. The second one had 500 requests. The third one has 1,000 requests, and the last one has 10,000 requests. I highlighted the best results for every test to let you see the test results more easy. So as we can see in the result of the test, File engine is the fastest on read operations, and Memcache is the faster on write operations. The second step of the test, I ran a workload test for both read and write operations for each of the cache system with a set of 1,000 requests per test simultaneously. using JMeter. So this test aims to evaluate the average response and the throughput, the average response times, and the throughput of each type of operation and cache system. I highlighted the best results of the test, and as I told you before, the test was made with 1,000 requests, and it concludes that the lower average in write and read operation is Redis, and while the best throughput in write and read operation is Memcache. Okay, I also did a third test, a performance review test, using Memtire Benchmark, which is a tool that allows us to perform a test on Redis and Memcache, in write and read operations also. And this is the result of the test. And here we can see that the best latency average is for Memcache, and also the read and write operations. Sets is the read operations and gets the write operations and gets the read operation. So this test was done with 4 threads, 10 connections per thread, and 10,000 requests per client simultaneously. Well, if you ask me what is the best cache engine for my CakePHP project, for this CakePHP project, I have to say, based on the results, that I think I would use file as a cache system, because I will not expect a lot of write operations, at least a few per article, and I expect a lot of read operation, hopefully, which is a blog, and I will use a dedicated server with a huge disk capacity, so the disk is not a problem for this project. But if you ask me what is the best cache engine for your project, I have to say I don't have any idea. Why? Because it will depend on your budget, it will depend on your resources, and the write and read operations rate that you are expecting or experiencing. So for example, if you have a simple monolithic application deployed on a dedicated server, VPS, or similar environment, where storage costs are low, and you are expecting a lower rate, write operations rate, you can use file as a cache system. On the other hand, if you expect a lot of write operations in your application, or you cannot rely on the file-based storage system, it may be more suitable to use a system like Redis or Memcache. In this case, if your application handles simple data operations, and you can use Memcache, because the write and read options based on this test results are better than Redis. However, if your application requires advanced data manipulation techniques or something similar, Redis will be the best option for you. So, as a conclusion, the best option will depend on the size of your project and the resources you have available, both technically, at an infrastructure level, and economically. So I try to do it faster to take the schedule. So thank you. Thank you a lot. I hope you enjoy the rest of the CakeFest. And if you have any question, or if you want to discuss something, We can meet in the networking, or you can contact me if you want something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, that is going to wrap up day 2 of CakeFest in Luxembourg. Don't forget, we have the group meetup this evening. I hope you will all join us. You're welcome to hang out for a few, do some networking. We do have to be out of here by 6, so if you have anything else to finish up here in the building, but we hope to see you tonight. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Bringing more.